Bonjour, je m'appelle Stéphanie Allard et je me présente
Miss
comme
Allard, you may proceed with your presentation.
citoyenne indépendante de Winnipeg, Manitoba. Et puis, je veux vous parler ce soir. Je veux prendre la parole au sujet du projet de loi 62, qui est un projet de loi sur le baillon agricole ou ag-gag. Je m'oppose à cette dangereuse loi qui est de type ag-gag pour silencer les citoyens. Car l'objectif de la loi porte sur les maladies animales pour prévenir les épidémies dans les exploitations agricoles. Cependant, cette loi va bien au-delà de cet objectif en empêchant les gens de documenter la souffrance des animaux dans les camions de transport et en refroidissant la défense des animaux. Une loi de baillon agricole est conçue pour rendre illégal le fait les citoyens concernés de documenter et de dénoncer les conditions dans les fermes, les abattoirs et les camions transportant les animaux. Certaines de ces lois érigent en infraction le fait de pénétrer dans une installation agricole sous de faux prétextes, rendant ainsi illégale la réalisation d'enquêtes sous couverture dans ces installations. En raison du potentiel du projet de loi de restreindre les activités de protestation pacifistes et d'avoir un impact sur les droits des individus à la liberté d'expression, il y a même jusqu'à 10 professeurs qui ont averti que cette loi viole probablement la Charte canadienne des droits et des libertés. Des pratiques cruelles, y compris la macération de poussins vivants, la détention de porcs gravides dans des caisses de gestation si petites qu'ils ne peuvent même pas se retourner, et la détention de poules pondeuses dans de minuscules cages en batterie si petites qu'elles ne peuvent pas se déplacer ou déployer leurs ailes. C'est cruel et c'est inacceptable. Je vais aussi vous dire que il n'y a pas longtemps, je conduisais sur l'autoroute en revenant du chalet et puis je conduisais juste en arrière d'un camion transportant des dindos. C'était juste avant Noël, la température était gelante dehors, donc je crois qu'il faisait comme moins 30 ou quelque chose. Et ces cages étaient ouvertes. J'avais des larmes aux yeux. C'était déployable de voir ces dindons dans ces conditions. Je crois qu'on devrait faire plus pour protéger les animaux. Je vais aussi vous laisser savoir que j'ai vécu en Corée du Sud pendant plus de 2 ans. Et je fréquentais un café Internet et juste à côté, on voyait une ferme qui élevait d'élevage de chiens. Donc, ils élevaient ces chiens pour de la nourriture et c'était déployable la façon dont ils étaient et les conditions où ils étaient traités. C'est la même chose dans différents pays. Ils ont, pour nous, nos animaux domestiques comme les chiens, les chats, etc., on laisserait jamais ces conditions être appliquées à nos chiens, nos chats. Mais dans des différents pays autour du monde, les chiens, c'est la même chose que les porcs ou que les poulets. Aussi, on a démontré très clairement que les animaux, c'est des êtres vivants, c'est des êtres qui ont des émotions, ils sont capables de démontrer de l'amour, de la peur, d'être contents, être excités, être fâchés. Ils ont toute une gamme d'émotions. J'ai beaucoup d'empathie pour les gens qui veulent protéger ces animaux. Les Manitobains, y inclus les Franco-Manitobains comme moi-même, on se soucie beaucoup de la protection des animaux, y compris les animaux élevés et abattus pour l'alimentation. Les animaux peuvent être transportés pour plus de 24 heures sans être donnés de l'eau, de la nourriture ou avoir de repos. Donc, je crois que les conditions qui sont allouées en ce moment ne sont pas bien, ne sont pas constitutionnellement bons pour une société qui se dit évoluer. Les personnes qui participent à des manifestations paisibles devant les abattoirs documentent régulièrement les conditions épouvantables qui règnent à l'intérieur des camions transportant les animaux vers l'abattoir, notamment les blessures sanglantes des animaux souffrant d'épuisement dû à des conditions incroyables comme le froid extrême ou la chaleur extrême, tout entassés l'un par-dessus l'autre. Je l'ai vu moi-même. Et je crois que la plupart des gens, si on voyait ces conditions, je crois qu'on voudrait avoir des lois qui sont plus strictes et c'est très important d'être transparent. Donc, la transparence, c'est important pour qu'on ait une société qui respecte les lois et de la Charte canadienne des lois et des libertés. Donc, merci beaucoup. C'est ce que j'avais à dire et bonne soirée.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Allard. The Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Allard, for your presentation. Certainly heard what you have to say, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions for her.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Brar? Mr. Brar?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I really appreciate you taking time to share your thoughts with us. Just wondering, how do you look at the role of education and training for the general citizens and the producers to handle this situation in this society?
Ms. Allard, did you have any response to?
Je crois que pour moi, je vois la loi qui est plus stricte, donc en respectant la vie des êtres vivants qu'on élève pour la consommation. Je crois que c'est très important d'avoir des règlements qui sont extrêmement stricts pour que la souffrance et leur vie soient respectées. Je crois que c'est important qu'on éduque la population que en fait, la consommation, c'est documenté, c'est des faits scientifiques que la consommation de la viande, en fait, ça nuit à notre santé physique et donc, ce serait important que si nous voulons, je comprends qu'il y a des fermiers, il y a des fermes, il y a des opérations, ça fait partie de notre économie, mais on peut élever le coût de la viande pour augmenter le niveau de règlement et pour faire certain qu'on fait ça d'une façon éthique et d'une façon qui est bien pour tout le monde, notre santé et la santé des animaux.
Are there any further questions from the committee members?
Yes.
The Honorable Mr. Gerard.
Merci pour votre présentation, Madame Allard. Je vous demande, vous avez dit que cet projet de loi se contraire la Constitution et c'est à cause qu'il est contre le droit de l'Assemblée, la liberté de réunion. Est-ce que c'est pour sa raison?
Ms. Allard, do you have a
Oui,
response?
ça c'est une des raisons pour le rassemblement. Et aussi, il y a eu des citoyens concernés qui se souciaient du bien-être. Les animaux qui souffraient, ils étaient presque à mort. C'est documenté que même avec... je crois que c'est 2 millions d'animaux qui se font tuer juste en se faisant transporter jusqu'à l'abattoir. Et aussi, c'était pour dire que les personnes qui ont du souci pour les animaux peuvent donner de l'eau, de la nourriture à ces animaux qui sont souffrants, que ça ne devrait pas être illégal, qu'il ne devrait pas avoir une infraction de 10 000 $ et puis de 1 an de peine en prison, qui est contraire à les lois qui met seulement les gens qui font mal aux animaux, de toute cruauté, jusqu'à seulement 6 mois de prison. Donc, c'est pas comparable. Il y a des gens qui donnent de l'eau, donnent de la nourriture.
Miss Allard, your time has expired.
Animaux, qui ont des peines qui sont
Miss Allard,
beaucoup
your
plus graves
time
que les
for
gens qui font
question
beaucoup
has
de mal.
expired.
Juste incroyablement la cruauté comme insensée à ces animaux. Donc, ça, c'est le deuxième ou troisième point.
Time for questions has expired. We thank you for your presentation. We will now move on to our next presenter. We will move on to Jody Lazar. I will now call on Jody Lazar and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Jody?
Yes, hi, can you see me?
Yeah, Jody Lazar, please proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Jody Lazar. I am an assistant professor at the Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie in Halifax. And I'm here today to share with you my expertise in Canadian constitutional law, which I have been teaching at Dalhousie since 2014. I've also been teaching a seminar since 2017 called Animals and the Law. And I have also been doing research funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Council of Canada on the constitutional dimensions of animal rights activism, the question of constitutionally protected speech, and the impacts of this kind of legislation across Canada. I'm here specifically, quite frankly, because I'm concerned, as we've just heard, that Manitoba might be on the verge of adopting an unconstitutional law. I recently signed a letter to this effect, and I want to use my time here to flesh out some of my concerns. I'm going to focus on 2 specific provisions of the proposed bill, both related to transport. And I will start with section 13.2 sub 1 and the prohibition on interfering with a vehicle transporting animals. It's quite clear, of course, who this is targeting: animal rights activists who gather outside of slaughterhouses and carry out what they call vigils by bearing witness to farmed animals during the last moments of their lives. So this looks to me like a direct restriction on the charter right, as we just heard, to assemble peacefully in public spaces. It is telling people that they cannot carry out these activities. Now, I understand that this kind of activity or this kind of protest, like many peaceful protests in public places, may be inconvenient, certainly. That is the objective, of course, of protest and dissent. But it is a right guaranteed by Section 2C of the Charter, and all limits on its exercise must be justified by the government. An interesting thing about freedom of peaceful assembly is that it has really not been the subject of much judicial interpretation, which is why I won't say much more about it. But I think the reason that there is so little relevant discussion in the case law is because the provision is clear. Everyone in Canada has the right to peacefully protest, and limits on that right have not, to my knowledge, been justified, at least not at the Supreme Court of Canada. I'll turn to the next provision, section 13.2 sub 2, and that's the prohibition on interfering or interacting with an animal in transport, which raises a couple of concerns for me. So first, it's not entirely clear what it means to interact with an animal. Is making eye contact interaction? What about taking photographs? Of course, the context is different, obviously, but when I think about having my photograph taken, I certainly consider that as involving some kind of interaction with the photographer. And if taking photos, a central part of bearing witness, if that is not interacting, what if the animal moves and makes contact with the lens or the phone or the hand of the person taking the picture? I think that's probably an interaction. And what about talking to the animals? Again, is that interaction? So I don't think the legislation is entirely clear on this, and that lack of clarity I think presents some rule of law issues. The rule of law is, of course, a central feature of our constitutional democracy, and it requires that laws be public and knowable, that people know in advance what they are allowed and not allowed to do. And I'm not sure that this law fulfills that requirement. Definitions aside, I think that this provision might also conflict with of course, again, the right to peaceful assembly, but also I would argue that it limits freedom of expression. People who protest outside of slaughterhouses, who approach transport trucks with animals on them, are carrying out a particular expressive activity. As I mentioned, they are bearing witness to the final moments of animals' lives, attempting to bring them some kind of comfort, and documenting and sharing what they see with members of the public. And the law here tells them that they cannot do that they cannot express themselves in a particular way. The Supreme Court of Canada has explained that there are 3 reasons that the Constitution or the Charter protects freedom of expression. First, to promote the pursuit of truth. And Canadian legal scholars describe bearing witness in these activities as an exercise in truth-telling and information sharing. So bearing witness in these types of gatherings are about stimulating criticism of the food system and catalyzing change among consumers of animal products. And sure, producers and members of the industry understandably might disagree with that message, but people nevertheless have a right to share it, and consumers and the general public have a corresponding right to hear it. Second, bearing witness is also political speech. It aims, again, to spread awareness about the law and regulations dealing with animal agriculture in Canada, and specifically the federal regulations governing the transportation of farmed animals. I'm not going to get into the specifics of those regulations. We've heard a little bit already, and I suspect you'll hear more about that tonight. What I will say is that a former lead vet with the CFIA, which of course sets the maximum transport times, has come out clearly saying that Canada has the worst animal transport regulations amongst developed nations. Finally, the kind of advocacy targeted here prevents individuals from promoting individual self-fulfillment and human flourishing, which is the third purpose of freedom of expression. Many of the people involved in these activities see this as an expression of their deep-seated, strongly held ethical beliefs about the ways that we interact with animals in the context of animal agriculture. I'm about halfway through my time, so I'm just going to say one last thing about the limits themselves before I talk briefly about the government's burden of justification, and that's that this is political activism, truth-seeking, and information sharing. American courts have recognized that this is a proper subject for public debate. It's what I would characterize as high-value speech, which is a phrase I'm borrowing from the literature on freedom of expression in Canada about the Supreme Court saying on multiple occasions that political speech lies at the heart of freedom of expression. In practical terms, that means that restrictions on speech should be difficult, on this kind of speech, should be difficult for the government to justify. And that will be my final point. I'm sure that the members of the committee all know that examining legislation for compliance with the Charter is a two-step process. When challenging a law, an individual must first show that a right is limited, and I've taken you through my thinking on that. Next, the onus shifts to the government to show, using concrete evidence, that the limit is reasonable and demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Those are the words of Section 1 of the Charter. And my concern here is that, respectfully, these limits may not be justifiable. Because to my knowledge, there is simply no evidence demonstrating any kind of connection between the activities of activists outside of slaughterhouses and the safety of farmed animals and the food system. People bearing witness to animals in transport do not give them food. And while they do sometimes give them water when they are in visible distress, there is still no evidence that that carries any kind of risk to animal safety, food safety, or biosecurity. In fact, as I'm sure many people here know, in one of the few judicial pronouncements on this kind of activity, an Ontario judge a few years ago rejected the suggestion that giving a thirsty pig on a truck water on a hot day posed any kind of risk at all to the animal or to the food system. The pig was offloaded and processed as usual, and the accused in that case was, of course, acquitted because giving water to a thirsty animal does not interfere with the legal use of that animal. Or, as her supporters would put it, because compassion is not a crime. And then finally, on a similar note, regarding that same absence of connection between activism and risks to biosecurity. Just last month, another Superior Court judge in Ontario rejected the argument that documenting video footage of farmed animals, in that case mink, had any effect at all on biosecurity, animal safety, or farmer safety. In that case, the objective of the accused was very similar to that of members of the SAVE movement, to publicize the condition of farmed animals. And he, like the accused in the pig trial, was acquitted because taking photos or videos did not result in any harm to anyone. So what this means in constitutional terms is that there is no rational connection under Section 1 of the Charter between prohibiting the constitutionally protected activities of activists on roads outside of slaughterhouses and the objective of protecting food safety. And that is enough, in my view, and according to my understandings, for the law to fail a charter challenge. I will stop here, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Lazar. The floor is now open for questions. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Lazar, for your presentation. Welcome to Nova Scotia. We're one of the few legislatures that actually have public hearings, so I'm glad to hear you were able to present here. And I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do any other committee? The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Just wanted to say thank you, Jody, for your research and information that you shared with us. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Lazar, did you have any response to Mr. Brar?
I'm glad that people are interested.
The Honourable Mr. Sala.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Lazar, for making time to present to the committee tonight. It's really great to hear your words and what you've shared. My question to you is, how do you fear a law like Bill 62 could possibly be abused, or how do you feel like what are the impacts of a bill like this once it's passed?
Ms. Lazar?
Yes. I mean, in terms of abuse, I think it's, even if a judge were to find parts of it constitutional, which I am skeptical about, it still has an extremely chilling effect on activism. We've seen the impacts in Ontario. You know, Ontario just adopted a very similar bill with very similar transportation provisions, although it's not as specific in terms of like food and water. But the result of that is that activists, members of the SAVE movement and groups like them, no longer feel comfortable carrying out their constitutionally protected right to gather and to express themselves freely. So, and, you know, that is, of course, at the grounds or at the heart of or one aspect of the constitutional challenge that has just been launched against the Ontario government. So, I mean, in terms of abuse, I would say sort of intimidation on the part of the authorities and a chilling effect on activism and political and democratic speech. In terms of impacts, the same. You know, not only does it chill speech, but it also prevents the public from seeing what a federal court judge has called, has characterized as part of the right to freedom of expression. In a recent case, a federal Court of Canada judge said that the right to make ethical choices about food consumption and the right to know about how your food is produced is protected by freedom of expression as well as freedom of conscience. So that is one impact, and it's a quite serious one if people are not are prohibited from learning about how their food is produced and how agricultural farmed animals are transported to slaughter throughout the country, and in Manitoba, of course, as well.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Lazar?
Yes.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, the right of freedom of assembly, does that include the right to impede or block the progress of the truck on its way to wherever it's going?
Ms. Lazar?
Yeah, sure. Like I said, there's very little judicial interpretation of Section 2C of the Charter, so I can't give you a judicial answer to that. What I can say is that that's what I understand kind of protest activities to be. You know, you picture large demonstrations, and they're inconvenient, but the police and authorities, they all understand that Canadians have the right to do that kind of thing, and in many cases they'll assist them or support them in doing that by blocking roads, by diverting traffic, you know, whatever it is. And there's really no other explanation for that kind of support on the part of law enforcement other than respect for constitutional rights.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Lazar? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation, and we will move on to the next presenter.
Thank you very much.
We will now move back to Bill number 36. There's a presenter from Bill 36. I will now call on Philip Velthus and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Mr. Velthus, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
You may proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm speaking to Bill 36, and my name is Phil Velthus, and I'm president of Direct Farm Manitoba. Direct Farm Manitoba is the association of farms and farmers markets that sell directly to Manitoba consumers. Our association takes our marching orders from a report and a process initiated some years ago with a report ultimately written by Dr. Wayne Lees called Advancing the Small Scale Sector, and that has a number of recommendations pertinent to this bill. I'd like to speak first to Section 32, subsection 2, which denies the producer of a food product the opportunity to appeal should a food inspector have reasonable reason to believe that the food might present a hazard. And I certainly understand why the government doesn't want to be held the responsibility of holding that food in safe and certain conditions. And so it might at first seem reasonable to not have this right to appeal for the return of the product. At the same time, this means that the producer doesn't have any legal mechanism to address perhaps disagreement about whether the concerns of the inspector were were reasonable or not. And so we recommend to the committee that they consider at least the requirement that the inspector be required to preserve samples and evidence and have some mechanism by which a producer could follow up with the food inspection with Manitoba Health to find out if the opinion of the inspector could be upheld upon whether it be an informal appeal process or a legal appeal. This bill revision also, while in general, I think is steps forward for our producers who very much want the food system to be simple and manageable. One of the changes is recommending adding the word gathering to the sort of food establishments. And that would seem to include, I would think, on any reasonable interpretation, all harvest activities. And so that would, I would think, include all farms. And I think that the committee should consider whether that might be overreach. Are they prepared to inspect grain storage as and grain harvesting as matters under this bill? I recommend that you review that definition. I also want to bring your attention to some things that are perhaps not here that should be. The roles of Manitoba Agriculture and Manitoba Health continue to be confusing to our producers. The general understanding that Manitoba Ag is responsible for the inspection of farm-facing food production, and Manitoba Health is responsible for public-facing establishments is very confusing to a farm that is both. And I don't see the sorts of clarifications in this revision that would help with that. I also don't see clarifications on things like online sales, online collaboration of farms who might be participating in exempt status, how they are going to be regulated if they collaborate with online platforms or with a farmer's market that's operating online. We continue to advocate for scale-appropriate regulations. Our farms and our members tend to be smaller operations who do not have multiple operators on site at all time. I know on my own farm, a number of the food safety protocols that I'm required to follow require double signature processes. I'm a one-man show. And so, making sure that as we build into the future with these food regulations, that we allow for small operators to be compliant and without the large burden of compliance that is, quite frankly, a large-scaled operation can afford, but a small one cannot. Many of the existing food safety programs are designed for farms that are producing a very large amount of a very small number of products. And the kind of farm that our association represents tends to be a very diverse farm, reaching right into the marketplace with a broad spectrum of farm food products. And the kinds of food safety programs that are going to suit those farms cannot be based on segregation of one food product from another. You can't say the way to make this farm safe is to have only chicken and nothing else, or only vegetables and nothing else. These farms want to be diverse. And so I recommend that you consider in your deliberations the complexity of a small, diverse farm operation. As we work forward, the important aspects of much of this work will be through the regulations that are imposed under this bill. and I look forward to opportunities to consult with this committee and the minister and Manitoba Health and Manitoba Agriculture as those regulations are further refined. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Veldhuis. Floor is now open for questions. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Phil, for your presentation, and I know our department has been in contact with Direct Farm Manitoba, and also I have staff listening in on this tonight, so we will certainly take your perspectives into account and on further deliberation of the bill, and also in regulations we will be consulting with you also. So thank you again for your presentation.
Mr. Veldhuis, did you have a response?
No.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Phil, for your presentation, and I just wanted to offer an applause for all the Direct Farm Manitoba members, because I understand how much hard did you work for Manitobans during the pandemic, for example, offering online ordering and stuff. So thank you for that, one and all the small producers in Manitoba. My question to you is, what are your top 2 asks from Government of Manitoba for improving food safety at farmers market in Manitoba?
Mr. Veldhuis.
Top 2. Thank you. Top 2 asks for improving food safety. We've repeatedly asked a number of governments over the years for farm fresh eggs to be at farmers markets, and that continues to be our number 1 priority. So much so that I'm not sure I could even come up with a number 2 offhand. There's farms in Manitoba that can sell an egg at their farm. They can sell it at your door, but they cannot sell it at a farmer's market. And so that seems to be a gap in the regulatory structure. It's the same egg in all 3 places, and other provinces allow this. And so that is access to eggs at farmers markets would mean more customers would attend more regularly and would improve access for all.
Are there any further questions? The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thanks so much, Phil. Just a point of clarification, when you're talking about the diverse approach of small farm operations, what you're talking about is primarily things which would be in regulation. Would there need to be any changes in the bill as it is to facilitate that?
Mr. Veldhuis?
I don't think that the bill needs to be revised to allow it, but it would be great to see the bill offer some guidance to the ministers, like the minister is allowed to exempt or regulate as the minister's office sees fit. I don't know if it's standard practice for that bill to include guidance as to what would be considered appropriate, and if it were. That we would include, we want these diverse and smaller farms to have the regulatory guidance to be in writing somewhere.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Veldhuis? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your presentation, and we will now move on. That concludes our presenters for Bill number 36. We will now move on to Bill number 62, the Animal Diseases Amendment Act. I will now call on Miranda Dessa and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Miranda?
Good evening.
Ms. Dessa, you may proceed with your presentation.
Good evening. I'm Miranda Dessa, Canadian Council for Last Chance for Animals, or LCA, a nonprofit organization dedicated to eliminating animal exploitation through education, whistleblowing, legislation, and media attention. LCA has been involved in a number of high-profile whistleblower exposés in Canada, which have led to numerous charges based on the treatment of animals and legislative change. In fact, just last month, an LCA animal cruelty complaint led to the conviction of a Canadian farm for failing to meet appropriate standards. Moving into the second year of this pandemic, as a society, I believe that we have learned some important lessons about the connection between how we treat animals and disease. As a result, it is now more important than ever that we focus on ensuring appropriate oversight and transparency is in place rather than restricting access to information about animal agriculture. I'm here today to discuss the importance of whistleblowing and the dangers of ag-gag legislation. Whistleblowers are an essential part of our legal system, regulating the treatment of animals, the sanitation of food, the environmental issues, and the treatment of workers. Whistleblowers put themselves on the line to make the world a better place that is safer for everyone. They are an essential source of information in animal agriculture, filling in gaps in regulatory regimes and keeping an eye out for problems at the ground level. The two key types of whistleblowers I'm here to discuss today are employee whistleblowers and undercover journalists. Employee whistleblowers and undercover journalists obtain information often through working in agriculture. While completing the tasks of their employment, they are required to meet the same standards as all other employees and follow biosecurity protocols. Whistleblowers, like those that work with LCA, work within the parameters of the law to monitor the treatment of animals in agriculture and ensure appropriate standards are being met. Rather than reducing biosecurity, employee whistleblowers and journalists have historically increased sanitation and animal welfare by bringing troubling conditions to light and being catalysts for change. Whistleblowers are an important source of information about animal agriculture and increase oversight and transparency into how our food system operates. Over the years, LCA has made many whistleblower complaints about conditions in animal agriculture. These complaints have led to charges based on animal welfare and sanitation issues, as well as farm improvements. LCA investigates the treatment of animals and follows the law in doing so. Whistleblower complaints like these serve as an important source of information for regulatory authorities who rely heavily on complaints to ensure appropriate farm animal welfare standards are being met. Just last month, an animal cruelty complaint by LCA, based on whistleblower evidence, led to the guilty plea of a Canadian fur farm for failing to meet prescribed standards of care. LCA's complaint into that farm shone a light on numerous troubling issues over and above the farm's conviction, led to a number of improvements on the farm. If you're interested in learning more about the important information that is revealed by whistleblower exposés, I would encourage you to visit lcanimal.org for more information. Decreasing the flow of information out of animal agriculture and placing restrictions on journalists and employee whistleblowers has no rational connection to improving biosecurity. Rather, such restrictions will remove important avenues for bringing unsanitary conditions, animal cruelty, and workplace safety issues to light. Bill 62, the Animal Disease Act, will make some significant changes to the Animal Diseases Act. It will amend the act, and you know this, but to create what it calls biosecurity zone areas with restricted access on farms and in slaughterhouses. And the act will require consent from the owner of any animals in these zones for access or consent from the occupier of the zones if no animals are present to enter. Consent will also be required to interact or interfere with animals with these zones or in transport. as well as to interfere with any vehicles transporting commercial animals. Now, trespassing or breaking into farms, slaughterhouses, and transport trucks in Manitoba is already illegal. It is also already illegal to damage private property or to harm farm animals. And as a result, it's our position that these new restrictions are unnecessary to protect biosecurity. And you'll hear a lot from others today, I think, on that point as well. But at this point, precisely what's meant by biosecurity zone is unclear, as will be expanded on in the regulations. And what exactly is meant by interact or interfere is also unclear. Although the text of the bill tells us that it would be broad, as it would include things like providing water and food to animals. And again, what exactly is meant by consent is unclear, as it's not yet defined. But other similar legislation in Ontario and Alberta have included language invalidating consent, where it's been obtained on what those acts call false pretenses. I don't see that language yet, and I'm hopeful that it will remain that way. Requiring people, because false pretenses language requires people who intend to gather information to whistleblow about hygiene and safety, the treatment of animals, and environmental issues to get consent in advance to collect that information, with very limited exceptions. Requiring this kind of consent criminalizes whistleblower exposés into our food chain and severely punishes whistleblowers acting in society's best interest. Laws that restrict information out of agriculture are known as agriculture gag laws, more commonly called ag-gag laws. Ag-gag laws make it a crime to reveal the truth. They are a severe erosion in oversight and transparency and an unjustified intrusion on freedom of expression. Access to this kind of information allows for consumers to make informed choices. It holds producers accountable for the practices they follow and allows for whistleblowers to report troubling conditions to regulatory authorities. Restricting the access of journalists and employee whistleblowers and people would significantly limit the flow of information out of animal agriculture. Restricting access to this information moves away from safety, transparency, and accountability. And Manitobans want and deserve to know where their food comes from and how animals raised for food are treated. Ag-gag laws prevent whistleblowers and from revealing truthful information about unsanitary conditions, animal cruelty, and unsafe working conditions in animal agriculture. They're a threat to freedom of expression, as well as our health and well-being. Ag-gag laws prevent Canadians from being able to make informed decisions about the products they purchase and the businesses they support. They also prevent whistleblowers from being able to hold producers accountable when they violate laws that endanger our health and the well-being of animals in agriculture. With COVID outbreaks having occurred in meat processing plants and farms in Manitoba, oversight and transparency are more important than ever. There have been at least 2 large outbreaks, one at Excelder Poultry Plant and the other at Maple Leaf Brandon's pork facility. Limiting whistleblowing only increases the risk for more of this. It is disappointing at this time as we see governments across Canada moving to stop access to this kind of information instead of focusing on the pandemic and making sure appropriate oversight is in place. Concerned Canadians have a right to know what is happening on farms and in slaughterhouses because it can directly affect the health and safety of the public. It is disappointing to see ag-gag laws popping across Canada, copied from similar laws in the United States. This is happening long after many states have had their ag-gag laws overturned as violations of the Constitution. The current pandemic has shown us there is a strong connection between the sanitary treatment of animals and disease, and now is not the time to shut down whistleblowing in Manitoba. We need it now more than ever. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. The Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Miranda, for your presentation. Very thoughtful, and thank you. No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The Honorable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Miranda. Thanks for the wonderful information you shared with all of us. While working with Last Chance for Animals, you must have gone through some situations or some incidences at the factory farms or family farms. So how do you see the complaints and the intensity of such incidences at factory farms versus family farms?
Ms. Dessa.
Well, I think that we see a lot of problems with large-scale industrialized farms because of the scale of the operations and the number of animals that are in place. But we also see problems with small family farms as well. You know, some of these family farms have practices in place about how they treat animals. Some of these farms don't have practices in place and have less standards as well. So I don't think it's fair to draw a distinction between the small and the large farms, although the larger farms have greater potential given the number of animals in terms of a pandemic risk and in terms of those kinds of hazards. But all farms, they have potential issues, and it's important to have appropriate oversight and transparency into all of them.
Mr. Brar?
Thank you, Miranda. A follow-up question is, other than bringing a new legislation to address these issues in this industry, what options do you suggest to address these issues?
Well, I think it's...
Ms. Dessa?
Thank you. I think it's important that legislation legislation allow for whistleblowing and to ensure that these brave individuals are not punished when they come forward about things that they see in the course of their employment or things that people see in other situations. Canada, unfortunately, already doesn't have very good laws to protect whistleblowers. Additionally, if we're looking to work on biosecurity, I would suggest looking also at standards of care in terms of ensuring legislation that sets out an actual standard that needs to be followed rather than legislation that has loopholes. It sets a standard, then puts in place exceptions in standards of care for accepted industries. So I would suggest that having more concrete legislation about the standards that ought to be followed would be helpful as well.
Are there any further questions? The Honorable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, I'm curious. You mentioned the United States, that a number of laws have been thrown out. Would they be laws which would have similarities to this law? And can you give us a little more detail?
Well,
Ms. Dessa.
Certainly. Some of the laws that have been thrown out have had some similarities in the sense that the laws dealt with restricting information out of animal agriculture and dealt with things that would affect whistleblowing, as well as, in terms of having the ability for people to report what they observe in terms of reporting it to authorities and spreading that among people. Because, in the US, you're looking at freedom of speech, and here we're looking at freedom of expression. But freedom of expression is premised on fundamental principles and values that promote the search for and the attainment of truth, participation in social and political decision-making, and an opportunity for the individual self-fulfillment through expression. So in this case, things that prevent people from getting important information through whistleblowing or out of what's going on in animal agriculture, those are kinds of things that we view as a high-level protected speech, and similar kinds of things that, interfering with them has been found to be problematic in the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any further questions for Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentations. Ms. Dessa, we will now move on to the next presenter.
Thank you for your time.
I will now call on Ms. Caitlin Mitchell, Animal Justice, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Ms. Mitchell, you may proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Caitlin Mitchell, and I am a lawyer with Animal Justice, Canada's only national not-for-profit organization focused on using the law to protect animals. Animal Justice is based in Toronto, but I live here in Winnipeg. Now, a group of animal protection organizations has provided more detailed written comments to you. And due to the committee's rules, Animal Justice did not sign onto those comments, but I do commend those comments to you. They set out in a little bit more detail some of the concerns with the bill. So in the interest of time, I will focus my comments tonight on two overarching concerns with the bill. First is the prohibition on interacting with farmed animals. And second is the prohibition on giving farmed animals food and water. And we're concerned about this bill because, as you've already heard tonight, it is an example of an ag-gag law. These originated in the United States, and in the past year and a half, we've begun to see them cropping up in Canada as well. These laws are aimed in whole or in part at preventing individuals from observing, documenting, and publicly exposing the conditions in which farmed animals are raised, transported, or slaughtered. So as mentioned, the first overarching concern that I would like to discuss is that Bill 62 would create a new and incredibly broad offense of interacting with farmed animals. I'll focus my comments on section 13.2 sub 2, which applies to animals in transport, but 13.1 sub 3, which applies to animals in a biosecurity zone, is also troubling. Section 13.2 sub 2 is virtually identical to section 6.2 of Ontario's recently enacted ag-gag law. And in fact, it appears much broader, in fact, than Ontario's law. So like Ontario, it appears to be targeted at individuals who engage in peaceful protest activities on public property near slaughterhouses. It will capture a vast array of harmless activities, and without definition, it's hard to really even conceive of what it means to interact with an animal in transport. Does it include speaking to animals, making eye contact? What if you take their photograph? What if they nudge you or otherwise come into contact with you when you're near the truck? Professor Jody Lazar has already presented this evening on the potential unconstitutionality of Bill 62. I agree with her analysis and her conclusions, but rather than echoing her presentation, I will instead focus on the broader legal context in which Bill 62 is being introduced. Canada has some of the worst animal transport standards in the industrialized world. Cows and sheep can be legally transported up to 36 hours without food, water, or rest. Horses and pigs can be legally transported up to 28 hours without food, water, or rest. Animals are transported year-round during our extremely cold Manitoba winters and on balmy summer days. Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA data, shows that at federally inspected slaughterhouses alone, more than 1 million animals arrive dead each year, having died during transport. Nearly 9 million more are classified as condemned, meaning that due to conditions discovered before or after they're slaughtered, they cannot be consumed by humans. The reasons for an animal being classified this way would include bruising, frostbite, emaciation, and other conditions. So again, this data includes only federally regulated slaughterhouses. It does not include provincial slaughterhouses. So the numbers of animals dying in transport are actually much larger. Individuals protesting on public property near transport trucks raise awareness about these cruel conditions. And at times, these individuals are able to observe and document conditions inside trucks. As a lawyer, I am often contacted by individuals who have gathered footage showing conduct that appears to violate federal transport standards. and then able to use this footage and information to submit law enforcement complaints to the CFIA and provincial enforcement agencies. The footage that I'm forwarded, frankly, is often heartbreaking. It has included pigs dead in sweltering vehicles, while the are foaming at the mouth and in clear distress, animals bleeding from open wounds, with caught in crates in clear distress as they struggle to free themselves, and feather bare chickens with bright red skin exposed to freezing temperatures. Because the vast majority of animals raised and slaughtered for food spend their lives indoors on private property, it's only during transport that members of the public can generally see the animals and observe their treatment. Now, I want to be clear that prohibiting individuals from interacting with farmed animals and restricting peaceful protest activities outside of slaughterhouses does nothing to protect biosecurity. Animal Justice has reviewed CFIA records related to biosecurity incidents and disease outbreaks at Canadian farms going back nearly 20 years. This data shows not a single disease outbreak or biosecurity breach linked to the activities of animal protection advocates or protesters. All of the incidents were caused by farm owners and operators themselves, and they were caused by things like shared needles or equipment, workers entering multiple facilities, feeding animals other animals, as in the case of mad cow disease, or viruses that move back and forth between animals and workers, as we've seen very recently with COVID-19 outbreaks at mink farms in BC. And in Manitoba, some of these incidents have included an anthrax outbreak that led to 146 farms in Manitoba and Saskatchewan being quarantined, an H5N2 avian flu outbreak at a turkey breeding operation north of Winnipeg, and several outbreaks of porcine epidemic diarrhea virus. So I've provided you a brief to complement my presentation tonight, and that brief sets this out in a little more detail. So I'll leave that to committee members to review. But what I really want to say is that taking photographs or videos of animals in a transport truck does not pose a biosecurity risk. Peaceful protesters do not pose a risk to animals or food safety. The second main concern that I have is that sections 13.1 sub 3 and 13.2 sub 2 would make it an offense to give a farmed animal food or water. This is completely unnecessary. This is not a pressing issue. There are no groups of animal rights activists running around Manitoba looking for farmed animals to give food and water to. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and I struggle to understand why prohibiting giving food and water to animals is a priority at this or frankly any other time. Second, in the extremely rare instance where an individual does give a farmed animal food or water, they are not harming the animal, particularly when an animal is exhibiting signs of thirst, malnourishment, or heat exhaustion. Giving the animal food or water would in fact alleviate their suffering, and it should not be an offense. You've already heard that on rare occasions when individuals give an animal, such as a thirsty pig in a hot transport truck, when they give those animals water, those animals have nonetheless entered the food system and been slaughtered. So no harm has actually been caused to the food system either. Now, I expect some supporters of the bill may say it's necessary to make it an offense because, who knows what a person is really giving an animal, but this is not a convincing argument. It is already illegal to give a farmed animal a poisonous or injurious substance. If an individual were to do so, they would be violating the Animal Care Act and also the Criminal Code of Canada. Finally, the offense is plainly illogical and I would say excessively punitive. If Bill 62 is passed as is, it will result in severe penalties and even imprisonment for acts of compassion. It would mean that an individual in Manitoba who has a pig, either a pet or one they're raising for meat, if such an individual fails to provide the animal with adequate food and water, they leave the animal exposed to the elements, or even if they violently abuse that animal, they could go to jail for a maximum of 6 months, in addition to some $10,000 in fines. In contrast, a concerned citizen who gave that very same animal food or water could go to jail for up to a year, in addition to, again, $10,000 in fines. And I say to you that this is plainly unjust and illogical. So in conclusion, without significant amendment, Bill 62 would violate animal protection advocates' rights to expression and peaceful protest, as you've already heard. It will make it harder to document and expose the suffering of animals in transport, keeping consumers in the dark about where their food comes from, and silencing animal protection advocates under the guise of biosecurity. Regardless of one's views on the ethics of industrial animal agriculture, this should be deeply concerning to all Manitobans. In a free and democratic society, we have the right to engage in public debate and discussion on important issues like food safety. Thank you very much again for the opportunity. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Mitchell. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, excuse me, for your presentation. And I have your written submission here that I will review later.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
No questions. Just
no questions?
say thank you.
Are there any other? The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, my question is this. Earlier on, there was a question of whether photographing or videoing an animal would be considered interacting. I mean, at the least, one presumes that you should have a definition of interaction that would exclude photoing or videoing.
Yes, I think
Ms. Mitchell?
My apologies. Yes, I agree with you, but I would say that it would need to go much further than that because the notion of interacting is so broad that, you know, we focus a lot on videotaping and photographing, and that's for good reason, but it would capture a much broader range of activity and potentially just create a chilling effect for any protests that happen, even on public property, even without disrupting vehicles. But if they occur near those vehicles, it's really hard to say what activities could and could not be construed as interaction. Certainly individuals at vigils, they do speak to animals often, and they do so in order to show those animals compassion. Speaking to somebody is clearly interacting, and there is obviously clearly no biosecurity risk from that either. So I agree with you that certainly we would need to be clear that photographing and videotaping is not caught, but I would urge you to still reject any notion that it is an offense to interact with animals because, again, it captures such a broad range of really integral truth-seeking and political expression.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Mitchell? We thank you very much for your presentation, and we will now, we have received another written submission from Lynn Kavanaugh from World Animal Protection. Is it the will of the committee to include this in Hansard? Agreed, and so ordered. We will now move on to the next presenter for Bill number 62, Tracy Groenewegen. I will now call on Tracy Groenewegen and ask her if she could give me the proper pronunciation of her name. I will ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Hi, Tracy. Before I acknowledge you, could you please give me the proper pronunciation for your last name?
Groenewegen.
Groenewegen?
Groenewegen.
Groenewegen. Thank you very much. You may proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. So my name is Tracy Groenewegen, and I'm speaking tonight to register my opposition to Bill 62 as both an animal advocate and a concerned citizen. So much of what I have to say echoes what has been said in the presentation so far. Nonetheless, I will go through with everything. So what I find most disturbing about Bill 62 are the provisions around interfering with a vehicle transporting a so-called commercial animal and interacting with animals in transport, including providing food and water. These provisions clearly target animal advocacy groups such as Manitoba Animal Save and other SAVE groups who hold vigils on public roads outside of slaughterhouses, bear witness to the suffering of farmed animals, and take photos and videos to document how animals are treated in the animal agriculture industry. And yes, sometimes provide water to thirsty animals on transport trucks where it is possible and safe to do so. Bill 62 is nothing less than an attack on the MO of these safe groups. Holding vigils, bearing witness, and offering farmed animals, perhaps the only moment of compassion they've had their whole lives before they're slaughtered, is a particular strategy of peaceful activism. And this bill essentially criminalizes this strategy. As such, it seems to me a pretty clear violation of our charter-protected rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. And as I'm sure this committee is aware, and as we've heard a little bit tonight, Canadian legal experts have also sounded the alarm over this bill and warned that it may very well be unconstitutional. Bill 62 is not an isolated legislative incident. It's part of a larger phenomenon, as we've heard tonight, known as ag-gag laws. Such laws are designed to make it illegal for concerned citizens to document and expose conditions on farms, in slaughterhouses, and on animal transport trucks. Ag-gag laws originated in the US at the request of the agriculture industry in response to images of suffering animals making it on the nightly news. Now ag-gag laws have made their way to Canada and have been passed in PEI, Alberta, Ontario, and now a federal bill, Bill C-205, is currently being considered as well. The wording of Bill 62 is virtually identical to parts of Ontario's recently enacted ag-gag law, which has been widely criticized as unconstitutional, as we've heard, and is currently being challenged in court. Such a challenge is not unprecedented. In at least 6 US states, ag-gag laws have been struck down as unconstitutional. Even in Manitoba, Bill 62 appears to be part of a larger trend toward curtailing peaceful protest. It is complemented by Bill 63 and 57, bills which similarly privilege the interests of private corporations, industry groups, and private property owners at the expense of citizens' basic constitutional rights. And as I'm sure the committee is aware, the charter states that the rights and freedoms set out in it are, quote, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society, end quote. In other words, restricting our charter protected rights must be warranted by some real issue of pressing concern. And in enacting legislation which limits our rights, the onus is on the government to demonstrate why such legislation is justified. The Manitoba government claims that Bill 62 is intended to protect biosecurity, but has brought no evidence to bear to back up this claim. In a Winnipeg Free Press article dated March 11th, Agriculture Minister Blaine Peterson is reported to have said that trying to provide water to animals being transported poses food safety risks. The minister is then quoted as saying, quote, are they contaminating that water, which would contaminate that hog, which would contaminate the food system? Notice that he phrased it as a question rather than a fact based on evidence. I can't imagine this passes any reasonable litmus test of demonstrable justification. And in fact, I have it on good authority, as we've heard tonight, that there has never been a single documented case of a biosecurity or food safety risk created by someone giving water to animals or photo documenting them inside transport trucks. And as a participant at some of these vigils, I can attest that the people who do this kind of advocacy work are among the kindest, most caring people I've ever met, who believe strongly in the rights and welfare of animals, as well as in various other social causes, and are not out to poison animals or the food system. At any rate, it's already a criminal offense to give a poisonous or injurious substance to an animal, so Bill 62 adds no value in this regard. In light of the lack of evidence of biosecurity risk and the fact that the Animal Care Act, as well as the Criminal Code, already address poisoning animals, it's clear that the true motivation behind Bill 62 is to keep animal advocates away from biosecurity areas and transport trucks so that they can't take photos or videos and publicize what goes on in the animal agriculture industry. As we've heard, the terms interfere and interact are incredibly vague, and I suspect this is deliberate so as to deter concerned citizens from getting anywhere near those trucks. Not only does this violate our rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, it serves to reduce transparency even further in an industry that's already so hidden from public view and has so little government oversight. Animal welfare on farms is not regulated by the province or the federal government. Rather, the farming industry essentially creates its own guidelines for treatment of animals on farms, and these guidelines allow for considerable animal cruelty, such as the maceration of live chicks. The only legal protections for farmed animals apply to transport and slaughter, and these two are grossly inadequate. In fact, the maximum prison term for a first-time offender convicted of animal abuse under the Animal Care Act is just 6 months, half the maximum term for providing water to a farmed animal without consent under Bill 62. In the context of weak protections and lack of oversight, animal advocates play an important role in holding the animal agriculture industry accountable, or otherwise there would be no real accountability. Footage captured by concerned citizens in Manitoba, including those taking part in vigils organized by Manitoba Animal Save and other save groups, has shown, for example, pigs overcrowded in trucks, heat exhausted and thirsty and in clear distress. I myself have witnessed pigs foaming at the mouth on a truck outside the Maple Leaf Slaughterhouse in Brandon. Photos and videos taken of animals on transport trucks are not just fodder for animal advocacy efforts on social media. They're used to back up complaints made by these groups to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Bill 62 blatantly targets a particular approach to animal advocacy that aims to shed light on a brutal industry, and it sets out penalties that are extreme. The chilling effect it will have on this kind of advocacy work will only serve to keep the maltreatment of farmed animals even more hidden than it already is. This is a step in the wrong direction when more than ever people are thinking about their food and consumer choices from an ethical perspective and are craving more transparency and information to help them make decisions they can feel good about. We live in a free and democratic society. We should be directing our legislative efforts towards strengthening protections for animals and increasing transparency rather than criminalizing those who work to expose animal suffering in an effort to make positive change. Bill 62 is insidious at best. If it passes in its current form, it may very well be the next ag gag bill in Canada to be challenged in court. I ask that the committee strongly consider at least amending this bill, such as by removing the prohibition on interacting with animals in transport. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Tracy, for your presentation. And Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Tracy, thank you so much for your presentation. Just wondering, what would you want changed in this legislation or removed at all from this legislation as per your experience and research studying this one?
Ms. Groenewegen?
Well, as I've said, I think at the very least, the provisions around interfering and interacting with animals in transport should be removed. Or like others have said tonight, they have to be a lot more clearly defined so that people have an understanding of what exactly is not being allowed. We know when we talk about interacting and interfering, because right now, those terms are so broad that that's where that chilling effect really comes in, because people don't want to, get anywhere near those trucks, for fear of finding out they've interacted with an animal and now, are facing a $10,000 fine or up to a year in jail. So as I've said, the whole bill is quite frankly alarming. Like the biosecurity zone piece, it leaves the door open for further stipulation of what constitutes a zone, potentially even public property outside of slaughterhouses. That would be very, very problematic. But yeah, as I said, at the very least, removing those two provisions. I think 13.2 in brackets 1 and 13.22, I think should be removed, if not extremely tightened up and based on real evidence.
The Honorable Mr. Gerard.
Yes, thank you, Tracy. You mentioned in the United States that a number of laws have been thrown out. Have they thrown out, for example, provisions which have forbade people from photographing or videoing animals?
Ms. Groenewegen?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm not a lawyer or a legal expert. That would have been a question probably for our preceding speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Do any committee members have any further questions? Seeing no further questions, we thank you for your presentation, and we will now move on to the next presenter. There is a request to allow Jessica Scott Hurd to present next. She is number 21 on the list, and she has a preschooler. What is the will of the committee? Is it the will of the committee to allow her to present now? Agreed and so ordered. We will now call on Jessica Scott Reed, private citizen, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Thank you, Jessica. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Scott Reed. I am a Winnipeg-based and activist. I have been covering animal rights and welfare, food, and environmental topics for over 5 years. I am a regular contributor to the Winnipeg Free Press, the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail, and others. My work has and does rely heavily on the work of activists, those who are compelled to be present in spaces where animals are often hidden and suffering. The evidence, footage, perspectives, and experiences gained by these activists have aided in the creation of dozens of my published works. Work that has been read by millions, work being done by few, if any, other journalists in this country. Bill 62, like other ag laws in Canada, will hinder my ability to continue this necessary work. It will hinder my freedom of expression and freedom of the press. For this presentation, I will offer an example of my work on this topic, an op-ed published in the Winnipeg Free Press, March 25th, 2021, entitled, Ag Laws Impede Important Work. In Canada, there is no outside temperature above or below which animals cannot be trucked off to slaughter. Regardless of Manitoba's extreme weather, nearly every day in this province, open-sided trucks without mechanical climate control haul animals to their death. For pigs, that trip can legally run for 28 hours without food, water, or rest. For cows, that maximum is 36 hours. And for newly hatched birds, 72 hours. Animal advocates have long deemed Canada's animal transport regulations the worst in the Western world. It is due in part to this that activists across the country have zeroed in on transport trucks as a place of peaceful protest and evidence gathering. But that may soon come to an end in Manitoba, thanks to recently tabled Bill 62, the Animal Diseases Amendment Act, and Bill 57, the Protection of Critical Infrastructure Act, which many legal experts are calling ag-gag legislation. Ag-gag laws are harmful to animals, harmful to the rights of protesters, and harmful to the rights of journalists like me. Animal agriculture is ubiquitously shrouded in secrecy. While knowing how the sausage is made may turn off consumers, a growing number of Canadians have in recent years become interested in the origins and ethics of their food. Getting a true glimpse of how animals are treated on Canadian farms, however, is difficult. In fact, outside of often deceptive industry marketing, it is only while they're on transport trucks or through footage gained by activists willing to be there that the public ever gets a chance to see animals. Dana Tong is a co-organizer with Manitoba Animal Save. and Winnipeg Chicken Save, groups that hold vigils outside of trucks and slaughterhouses to document the conditions of the animals and occasionally offer water to animals in dire need. She says it is crucial that animal save groups, which exist all over the world, are able to be outside of these trucks in order to show the public how farmed animals are truly treated. Quote, "The CFIA isn't going to put images out there of these animals being transported. The meat industry isn't going to show what's really going on," she says. Quote, "And if we can't be there getting footage, showing what's going on, interacting somewhat with these animals, then there's nobody who is." In the past, Tong says she has filed complaints with the CFIA about animals on trucks appearing to have frostbite or suffering from heat stroke. Quote, "Then you never hear back from them, or they send you a stock email saying everything seems fine," unquote. Having the ability to share directly with the public and media evidence of animals suffering in transport is necessary for transparency and accountability. Consumers deserve to know. I have written on the topic of farmed animal transport in Canada for numerous publications, thanks in great part to the shocking evidence gathered by activists from animal save groups. But if Bill 62 and Bill 57 pass, this will all become much more difficult. Activists could face significant fines or even jail time. Quote, "Law professors and legal experts across Canada have already warned that making it an offense to, quote, interact with farm animals en route to slaughter restricts individuals' constitutionally protected rights to protest on public property," says Caitlin Mitchell, a Winnipeg-based animal rights lawyer with Animal Justice. Quote, "Because they target critically important expressive rights, there's a strong likelihood that Bill 62 and Bill 57 will be subject to constitutional challenges if they pass as drafted." In the US, several egg gag laws have been struck down as unconstitutional. In Ontario, egg gag legislation is currently being challenged in court in a suit spearheaded by Animal Justice, another animal save activist, and myself. As more consumers grow concerned about where their food comes from and about animal welfare in general, now is not the time for the Manitoba government to be pushing animal agriculture further into the dark. And as we cope with a pandemic caused by the transition of a zoonotic disease from animals to humans, we need to push for far more transparency from industries that house, breed, transport, and kill animals, not allow for even less. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now ask for questions from the committee. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jessica, for your presentation. Mr. Chair, I have no questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Jessica. I just wanted to appreciate about your information that you shared and your journalism for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, Jessica, thank you. I got 2 points. One, I'm interested if you can give us an illustration of how your work has actually improved animal welfare. And two, that it seems to me that when we're looking at export markets, that countries around the world are becoming much more conscious of how animals are treated. And if we want to maintain those markets, that we need to be looking after animals well. Would you comment?
Ms. Scott-Reid.
Certainly. To your first point, I've written, I think, nearly 100 articles, mainly in the opinion section of major newspapers and publications in Canada, almost exclusively focused on animal rights and welfare, the treatment of farmed animals, the lack of laws that oversee the treatment of farmed animals here in Canada. I would like to think that the amount of readership that comes for writing for the Globe and Mail, for example, has increased awareness about issues that have for a very long time been completely hidden from mainstream media. So in that way, I think I would hope that that's how I have improved animal welfare, is creating more conscious consumers. And to your second point, yes, of course, because Canada has been well known now, as it has been said, the worst in the Western world for animal transport laws. If we look to the US, they have something that's called the 28-hour law. That's a maximum 28 hours for which animals can be kept in transport without food, water, or rest. In Europe, we have even lower, much lower, like 8 hours. Their trucks are climate controlled, mechanically climate controlled. They have temperatures that have to be watched. All these things aren't happening in Canada. And I think if we're concerned about the export market and other countries being concerned about our treatment of animals, then looking at our transport is very important. And the duty that these activists do is keeping that part of the whole industry accountable.
Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jessica, just curious to know your thoughts about the great gap between our next generation about the information and their knowledge about where our food comes from, basically food security, on-farm knowledge. So how to fill that gap? Are there any efforts going on in the world of journalism or academics? What are your thoughts on that?
Ms. Scott-Reid.
That's a great question. This is definitely an ongoing problem, this gap of knowledge. When we're looking for information about where our food comes from, in particular from animal agriculture, the majority of information we're given is through marketing. And as I've written about many times in the past, much of that marketing is quite deceptive. We need only to look to certain lobby groups in Manitoba. They're, commercials that show, beautiful farms, bucolic settings, family-run farms. We're almost never shown what's actually inside those barns. And so I think because of social media, because of activists holding smartphones, this is changing the information that's making it to the public, which again just reinforces the importance of having these activists being able to do what they do. Because if we're relying on industry, marketing, that's not going to be an accurate depiction of where these animal product foods are coming from. And I think that the younger generation in particular is looking to other forms of media, and a lot of that is being fed by activists and social media and smartphones.
The Honourable Mr. Brar, you have 40 seconds for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What are your thoughts about agriculture and environment be the part of curriculum in Manitoba schools?
Yes.
Ms. Scott-Reid.
Yes, I think the idea of agriculture in the classroom is another issue that I would like to take up in my work. The fact that we have agricultural industries, lobby groups going into classrooms and talking to children about, the importance of dairy, whereas we don't get this other side. We don't get, advocates for animals coming in and speaking to children. Once again, reaffirming why we need these activists on social media and going through journalists like myself to inform the public, including children.
Thank you for your presentation. Time for question period has expired. We will now move on to the next presenter. I will now call on Brittany Semenyuk and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Brittany?
Okay.
Yeah, Brittany Semenyuk?
I'm here.
You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present tonight. My name is Brittany. I am the Animal Welfare Consultant for the Winnipeg Humane Society. And as we've heard from previous presenters tonight, there's great concern around Bill 62 as being deemed unconstitutional in nature. However, I'm speaking on behalf of our organization to oppose the proposed amendments to Bill 62, specifically Section 13.2, primarily from an animal welfare perspective, for the perceived hindrance that this bill will have towards the welfare of farm animals, and just as importantly, for the negative consequences it is sure to have on severing public trust towards Manitoba's livestock producers. A peer-reviewed study published in 2016 out of the Faculty of Land and Food Systems at the University of British Columbia concluded that a sharp decline in trust towards livestock producers occurs in 70% of Canadian consumers when they're presented with information that both supports and critiques legislation that restricts transparency of standard industry practices. It's like transportation of livestock, for one. Regardless of their age, geographical region, or lifestyle choices, representatives of the general public from all walks of life saw such amendments as a factor that would negatively impact their choices as consumers. If the province of Manitoba aims to have livestock producers' best interests at heart, it would recognize that there is a way to maintain proper biosecurity to reduce zoonotic transmission of diseases without passing legislation that will cause such producers and livestock transporters to be denounced by consumers for an unwillingness to be transparent on how farm animals are being treated. Amendments like those proposed in Bill 62 will also further deny the general public from having knowledge of standard industry practices in large-scale operations. Yet industry representatives simultaneously expect that the public and animal welfare organizations like ours to be denied the ability to question the protocols revolved around livestock transportation that are currently taking place, such as transport trucks that are able to transport livestock throughout Canada with no restrictions on weather conditions or extreme temperature conditions. This is an alarming red flag from an animal welfare standpoint, as there leaves no room for a substantial third-party evaluation and critique of such practices. Full transparency with Canadian consumers must mean exactly that. It has to be fully transparent. There must be transparency regarding the number of animals that perish during the transport process, or the number of livestock that are killed because they are simply unfit to be transported in the first place, or how many livestock carcasses are transported and discarded at places like the Brady landfill, as we saw with an incident earlier this month, which garnered a lot of media attention and also reinforced a general mistrust from consumers on standard transportation practices within our province. The solution here is to not criminalize Manitobans who have the right to know how farm animals are being treated within our province, for simply acknowledging their existence and bearing witness. As with many injustices, advocates and activists have always been the key motivation in propelling positive changes, and the animal welfare industry is no different. To deny the opposition a voice is to deny consumers their right to make these educated decisions on what practices they're comfortable in supporting. The definition of transparency should not be to cherry pick which practices the agricultural sector permits the general public to see and which practices they're denied and removed from. To emphasize my point, for instance, the average broiler chicken barn can easily hold 30,000 chickens. Even if a producer or a livestock veterinarian spent only 10 seconds to check each and every bird for signs of illness or distress, it would take over 85 hours to get through each and every animal within that barn. How can we expect to put consumers' minds at ease when we know that such due diligence is basically impossible to achieve? Why is the conversation not shifting towards how we can ensure that each and every animal is legally protected and properly being cared for, especially in transportation? Provincial ag legislation continues to target animal advocates and not outdated industry practices themselves. For example, public pressure campaigns like the Quit Stalling campaign that the Winnipeg Humane Society ran for decades have denounced the practice of using things like gestation crates in hog barns. These campaigns, which revolve primarily around public education and awareness, have resulted in Canadian producers agreeing to adhere to the National Farm Animal Care Council's recommended 2024 timeline for phasing out the usage of such crates. And now in 2021, consumers are faced with the announcement that there is a 5-year extension of gestation crate use, which has been strongly recommended to allow producers to continue using gestation crates until 2029. And again, the Winnipeg Humane Society acknowledges that undergoing a massive transition is no easy feat for producers. But the issue is this: chronically restricting the movement of an animal, like a sow, for instance, is only one factor in assessing an animal's physiological and psychological well-being. As the general public, we must acknowledge that improving transportation is only one factor towards improving animal welfare as a whole. Things like bedding, enrichment, pain control, et cetera, they must also be considered and addressed. In the opinion of a national animal welfare organization, it is simply impossible to provide a high standard of care to each individual animal, regardless of that is, in these large-scale operations or during the transportation process. As such, the Winnipeg Humane Society is asking that Section 13.2 from the proposed amendments to Bill 62 be removed, and for the province to shift their focus towards strengthening legislation that protects farm animals provincially, rather than targeting empathetic members of the public. Focus needs to shift towards further protecting the welfare of farm animals. In conclusion, the Winnipeg Humane Society is happy to continue discussions with the province in order to address our concerns, like those mentioned above. As Manitoba's longest-running animal welfare organization, we have been advocating for animals, including farm animals, for over 127 years now. And we will continue to see that farm animal welfare remains one of our organization's top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Brittany, for your presentation, and to the Winnipeg Humane Society. And Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brittany, I would like to appreciate you for the presentation in general and for your chicken barn example and the veterinarian example in particular. That was wonderful. I myself belong to a family where we used to keep cows and pets and animals and chickens and so on. And in my village, some people used to keep rabbits and ducks and so on. So what I have seen in my childhood is that people's connection to animals was way different than we see today. So do you think it's just the scale of farm operations that disconnected people with animals, or there are other factors? What are your thoughts on that?
Ms. Semeniuk?
I think that you make a lot of good points, and I agree that there is a disconnect that we're seeing in these large-scale operations where people are no longer able to witness for themselves the sentience of these animals or, the characteristics of such animals. And, as an animal welfare organization, our focus has always primarily been on addressing the issues that come with these large-scale operations, and to really promote the educational side of how sentient and intelligent a lot of these animals can be. Because the reality is, in an urban setting, people are not able to connect with these animals. And as we're seeing with Bill 62, the one chance that a lot of urban consumers and members of the public have is during their transportation. That might be the only time someone ever gets to see a pig up close or a cow up close. And it really just brings the message home that the general public is often simply unaware of what is going on behind closed doors, but also just, what it's like to be around these animals and, how they can often be smarter than our own pets at home, and just kind of making that connection, as you said.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Brittany, for your presentation. You mentioned that you would like us to switch to trying to bring in legislation to further protect animals. If you were writing that legislation, what would you include?
Ms. Semeniuk?
Thank you. It's twofold. There has to be focus on provincial legislation as well as federal legislation, but provincially, I think that there could be a lot of amendments to be made to Manitoba's Animal Care Act. What those specific amendments would be, I think warrants further discussion. But as it stands right now, I don't feel that the Animal Care Act adequately represents farm animals and protects farm animals.
Are there any, the Honorable Mr. Gerard, is there any further questions from any committee members? Hearing no further questions, we will move on to our next presenter. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Semeniuk. I will now call on Debbie Wall and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Ms. Wall? Ms. Wall, you may proceed with your presentation when you are ready. We cannot hear you. Could you turn your audio on? Could you unmute yourself, Ms. Wall, because we have not heard anything you've said. Ms. Wall, is there something with your computer or? We can always come back to you, Ms. Wall, if you can see if you can figure out what the problem with your computer is. Thank you, and we will call you back shortly after a couple of presenters. We will now call on Sean Kettner and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Sean Kettner. You may proceed with your presentation when you are ready, Ms. Kettner.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, and committee members. And thank you for the opportunity to address this committee and express my views on Bill 62, the Animal Disease Amendment Act. My name is Sean Kettner. I have lived, worked, and raised my family in Manitoba. I grew up in the north end of Winnipeg and chose to settle here to raise my family. I'm also a retired business owner, and I'm a proud Manitoban, or at least I was, always speaking highly of our beautiful province and the place I called home. That is becoming harder and harder to do. I often find myself up late at night or welling up with tears as I go about my day as I observe the destruction and deterioration of what makes or used to make our province a place that proudly calls itself friendly Manitoba. And I'm not alone. Everyone I talk to, every analysis of the current trends in Manitoba politics I read in mainstream media, everywhere I look, people are frightened, frustrated, and fearful for the future of our province. By that, I am referring to the barrage of proposed changes to the many government bills, including Bill 62, that will dramatically change the essence of who we are and how we care for each other, and in this case, our animals, now and in the future. From what I understand, government bills are there to act as a guide or to set a set of rules for our various programs and institutions that we collectively determine, resulting in the best practices for all Manitobans and for our future generations. The various steps in our legislative procedures provide, or at least intend to provide, the democratic process that ensures inclusivity and transparency. Here is where things seem to have gotten messed up. The very heart of democracy is based on working together collectively to determine the will of the people. And that means inclusion, not exclusion. Bill 62 was introduced for first reading by Honorable Blaine Pedersen, then Minister of Agriculture and Resource Development, last fall. As we are all aware, the bill was introduced with a title and no text. We, the citizens of Manitoba, and the MLAs all had to wait a full 4 months until March of 2021 before this information was made public. Not only were the politicians and the general public not privy to the text, but the professional members of our society hired to serve us, those who best know the effects of the bills on Manitobans, were also not provided with the text. Not having access to the proposed changes in a timely manner grossly limited the opportunity to analyze and advise as to how the proposed changes will affect the very people whom they serve. It is our trained professionals, not our politicians, who are the experts and are able to understand and best advocate for our communities. It is only through transparent and democratic consultation that truly good choices and political decisions can be made. Bill 62 was only one of 19 mystery bills that were introduced last November with no text. 19 bills that included sweeping changes that will potentially affect the lives of Manitobans and animals for years to come. Yet this government chose to withhold the text of these bills to the last moment. Nowhere else, never in the history of our province, in the legislatures of all other Canadian jurisdictions, or in the established norms in every international jurisdiction that responded to inquiries by the Manitoba Legislative Library, have there been the tabling of so many bills without any text. This unprecedented act is undemocratic and a grave disservice to the people of Manitoba. Although there is no excuse for what happened and how this was played out, maybe amendments would be made. Maybe there would still be a chance to make this work. Maybe if the citizens of Manitoba are able to participate in the democratic process by presenting to our standing committees, not all would be lost. It was first brought to my attention by one of the other presenters who's coming up shortly this evening, Patrick Faulkner, that it was only a few short weeks ago that the Honorable Kelvin Goertzen said, "It is one of the great sacred things in the Manitoba legislature that we have public presentations after second reading, one of only 2 provinces." That led me, and presumably others, to believe that if we as concerned citizens engage in the democratic process and present it to the standing committee, we could make a difference and those concerns would be taken into consideration. Ralph Eckler, Minister of Economic Development and Jobs, graciously repeated over and over again to the concerned presenters during last week's presentation to the Social and Economic Development Committee on the Apprenticeship Act that our concerns would be addressed. But my friend Patrick, who took the time to find out, discovered that myself and the 91 other Manitobans, as of April, according to the Hansard recordings, spent a total of 23.8 hours in committee meetings, meeting with you and other ministers and MLAs. We all thought this was worth our time, as I'm sure all of the people that are here this evening, taking time from their busy days and from their evenings to be here, which under the current emotional strain of the pandemic is a very challenging thing to do. But it doesn't seem to matter. the very people, the professionals who are in the various areas of our society and the community members, like the people that are here tonight, that are directly affected, are completely ignored by these legislative committees. Not one amendment has been made so far to any of the bills after all of the discussions, all of the head nodding, and what appears to be earnest concern by the committees making. So how does this make Manitoba the best it can be for all of us? We need to work together to right this wrong. I ask that you determine how to proceed with Bill 62 as you do this, to take into account the lack of time allowed for the examination of this bill, and therefore your responsibility for enabling the tabling of the 19 bills with no text. I ask that you listen to the concerns of citizens like myself and make the necessary adjustments to Bill 62 in light of it being one of the 19 mystery bills that did not sufficiently allow for the democratic process to be upheld. I ask that you listen to Minister Eckler and make this bill the best it can be. I ask that you honor the words of Minister Gortson by ensuring the true engagement in these committee sessions so together we can celebrate Manitoba's commitment to inclusion and transparency, so all Manitobans are able to proudly and truthfully say, as he did, that this process is one of the great sacred things in the Manitoba legislature, and that we have public presentation after second reading as one of only 2 provinces. Most importantly, I ask that all party members work together in an open, public, and transparent process to amend the rules of the House before the next session to better reflect and respect due process, as well as to promote more meaningful public participation in the legislative process. I ask that you listen to your hearts so that you can once again proudly call ourselves Friendly Manitoba and celebrate our caring, kind society that honors the democratic process, is inclusive, and therefore leaves no one behind. I respectfully submit this to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Kedner, for taking time to make your presentation tonight. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Sean. I'm happy to hear from one of the North Winnipeggers. So thanks for the information you shared, and I welcome you to call my office and contact me anytime for your feedback so that we can work together for future legislations and similar assignments. Thank you so much.
Do you have a comment, Ms. Kettner? No? The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you much, Sean, for your presentation. We in the Liberal Party believe that we need to change the rules of the Assembly so that when a bill is tabled at first reading, that it is presented in full and can't be hidden like it was. Is that the sort of change that you would like?
Can I go ahead?
Ms. Kettner?
Thank you, Dr. Gerard. It's very much what I would like to hear happen. So far, we've not seen a statement from the Liberal Party suggesting that you're ready to commit to that, but would be more than thrilled to have that on the public record.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Kettner. We will now move on to the next presenter. I will now call on Sandra Kire and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Sandra? Ms. Curie, are you there?
Hello?
Could you turn your video on?
Sorry, I'm just having trouble with my iPad today. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. Oh,
Okay,
there we go.
sorry, that was my end. My apologies.
Okay. You may proceed with your presentation, Ms. Curie.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Randy McCalco, and myself. Although we're both currently residents of the city of Winnipeg, we both grew up in small rural farming communities. Myself, I was born and raised in Gilbert Plains, Manitoba, and my husband, Kenora, Saskatchewan. So this evening, you've heard from a couple of legal experts who spoke to the specific sections and the language on the proposed legislation. I'm here to speak more to the spirit of it. So we are both disappointed and strongly oppose Bill 62, which amends the Animal Diseases Act, or any legislation that would impede the ability of people who are working to expose cruelty to animals, would prevent anyone from exercising their right to freedom of speech, or prevent anyone from providing assistance to animals in distress. I understand it has been said this bill is being put in place because of biosecurity concerns and to protect the animals. Rest assured, animal activists are not here to harm an animal, and the very things that activists are exposing and objecting to on factory farms and during transportation are often the very things that scientists are saying are contributing to the spread of disease. So if we want to prevent the spread of disease and protect animals, as has been suggested, perhaps we need to start actually listening to the activists. Science has shown that factory farming in itself has increased the risk of the spread of disease and pandemics due to overcrowding, highly stressful conditions, untreated industries, and the filth that some animals live in or are exposed to during transportation on their way to slaughter or during live export. This is a breeding ground for disease. So what we need are better animal protection laws and not legislation that endorses the very cause of pandemics and punishes people for speaking up against it. According to the CFIA, almost 2 million animals arrive dead or are dying by the time they reach the slaughterhouse each year. Some have been transported for many, many hours without food or water, in their own filth and extreme heat and cold. So a young person taking a photograph exposing the horrific conditions of these animals for journalists or the benefit of the general public is not the problem. The taxpayer has the right to know the truth. So I have never heard, and legal experts shared tonight, that an activist getting close to a transport truck, taking pictures or giving water to an animal in distress on a sweltering hot day is or has ever been the cause of the spread of disease. The elephant in the room, and what is well documented and scientists have repeatedly said, if we truly want to reduce the chance of pandemics, then we need to transform our food systems to more plant-based diets, as is currently reflected in the Canada Food Guide, which I understand was developed by 37 scientists without the influence of industry groups who were profiting from the sale of meat and dairy. As a result, the food guide is now over 90% plant-based, which is clearly better for our environment, our health, and obviously the animals. So I'm asking you too to make decisions based on science and represent the interests of all Manitobans. Currently, Manitoba, however, seems to be going in the wrong direction by continuing to promote factory farming, expanding things such as pig slaughter business, which will no doubt contribute to further disease, have a detrimental effect on our environment, and potentially cause the next pandemic. So if this bill was truly a conversation about biosecurity and we truly want to reduce our risk of the spread of disease, a good start would be by improving the living conditions of the animals that you eat and helping our farmers transition to plant-based farming or more sustainable and humane systems where animals don't suffer and human health isn't at risk. In the interest of all Manitobans, we need to move away from factory farming now. But it appears the motivation of this bill has nothing to do with preventing a pandemic or the protection of animals. So let's talk about the real issue. Animal activists have played an important role in exposing horrendous animal cruelty to the public, and more people are starting to pay attention. We appreciate what they do because we all know when you speak up for animal welfare, you become a target. And that's exactly what this bill is about. The industry wants them shut up. These brave people, many much younger than you and I, are simply trying to make the world a better place, a kinder place, a compassionate place. And some of what I have learned from them recently over the past year, I'd like to share with you. Now, I think we all know there are no laws in place protecting animals on Canadian farms today. It's a self-regulated industry. And as we've heard earlier, we have some of the worst animal protection laws amongst developed nations. We send pigs who are known for their intelligence to a gas chamber to die. And I have personally watched footage inside the gas chamber of a hog plant. And I can tell you why these baby pigs are burning from the inside out. They are screaming for mercy. It is far from humane. The process to obtain semen from a bull is to stick an electric prod up the anus and electrocute him until he ejaculates. My understanding, there is an industry expectation. You must give them 15 minutes to get back up off their knees and recover before you do it a second time. Some have said that the only thing a dairy factory farmer and an activist will agree on is the name of the equipment that a female cow is strapped to in order to forcibly impregnate her. It's called a rape rack. Castration without pain meds and blunt force euthanasia or thumping is common practice in breeding facilities, particularly in hog farms. Baby pigs are killed by smacking their head while the mom often watches from her gestation crate. And finally, it's common practice in the egg industry for live male chicks to be placed on a conveyor belt, which leads to what is comparable to a meat grinder because they were born male. They can't lay eggs. I think by now we all saw what took place recently at Brady Landfill and must admit the industry is nothing that we should be proud of. It's an industry that requires more transparency and less cover-up. So what's clear to me, what's going on in these factories is not farming. It's an insult to true farmers. And something is seriously wrong with anyone that thinks that any of this is remotely acceptable in this day and age. So as the public becomes more aware of the inhumanity in this industry and the damage it's doing to our environment, our health, and we recognize that animals were not put on this earth to be treated in this way, more people are speaking up. If the industries involved did not have something to hide, they would not have asked this legislation to be put in place. But again, our province seems to be going backwards by endorsing plans to continue to expand our pig slaughtering business, exporting more live animals, exposing them and increasing the risk of spreading disease to us all, while continuing to tell us this is to feed the planet, when the World Health Organization has listed pig flesh, commonly referred to as bacon, as a #1 carcinogen and red meat #2. And we could actually end world hunger by going plant-based. So in addition to the moral issues I raised, this proposed legislation has been widely criticized as being unconstitutional. Legal professionals from across Canada have given you that advice. So I will just say, if you choose to go ahead and pass the legislation, then I ask that the lobby groups who asked for it also be the ones required to pay for the expense involved in the likelihood of a charter challenge, because that's not what I want my tax dollars spent on. In closing, I ask you, what message are we sending to today's youth when mental health issues appear to be at an all-time high and laws are being proposed that make it a crime to show compassion? Are these the people we want to fill up our jails? It simply isn't fair or reasonable to impose a penalty of $10,000 and a one-year jail sentence for giving water to a thirsty animal, but a first-time offender who violently abuses an animal in Manitoba can only be sentenced to up to 6 months in jail under the Animal Care Act. So please put this bill aside, sit down with Animal Justice, representatives from the Winnipeg Humane Society and the various animal save movements, and instead bring forward legislation that Manitobans can be proud of. that will result in more humane treatment of animals and reduce the risk of another pandemic. If there wasn't a need, the activists will not be out there. No animal in transport should be dying of thirst. So spend the time dealing with the problems the activists have identified, as some of these are also contributing factors to the spread of disease, which will most likely result in our next pandemic. And finally, I leave you with this. As we are in the midst of a global pandemic, we're watching our seniors die, our businesses close, our friends lose their jobs, and mental health issues go sky high. And we hear this bill is set to pass on April 29th. My husband and I are concerned that the only thing worse than Manitoba today is Manitoba tomorrow. And we're counting on you not to let that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Curé. The floor is now open for questions. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Curry, for your presentation tonight. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sandra, I want to say thank you for your presentation, and you reflected your knowledge, your research about the topic, and your concerns about how the legislation process works in Manitoba. Could you like to comment on the current consultation process for legislative process in Manitoba as an informed citizen?
Ms. Curé?
I actually haven't spoke about the consultative process. I've taken the opportunity, as every private citizen has the opportunity to speak at standing committee, so that's why I'm here this evening. Unless I misunderstood the question.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can repeat the question, Sandra. Just wanted to listen to your thoughts about the current legislative consultation process in Manitoba. So I can put in simple words, did you see any consultation happen before this bill or other bills that are in process today?
I did take the I did take the opportunity to write to my MLA, Minister Peterson, and I believe my husband wrote the Premier.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. I'm curious, both you and your husband grew up in rural Manitoba and Saskatchewan. What was it that got you both so keen on looking how animal welfare could be improved?
I grew up in Gilbert Plains, Manitoba, in a farming community. My grandparents farmed, and I think most of us spent the last number of years thinking that the food that was on our plate was killed humanely, and it was actually some research I started doing back in 2017 when I was diagnosed with an illness, that I started to pay attention to a little bit more about what I was eating and how it was being processed. And I found it quite disturbing. And then I had the opportunity to meet an animal activist, and she was a wealth of knowledge and shared some rather disturbing facts with me, some of which I shared with you tonight that I don't believe the public are aware of.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? If not, we thank you for your presentation, Ms. Curé. We will now move on to our next presenter. I will now call on Patrick Faulkner, private citizen, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Mr. Faulkner, you may proceed with your presentation.
Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Vice Chairperson, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to present my views this evening on Bill 62, the Animal Diseases Amendment Act. My name is Patrick Faulkner. I'm a 63-year-old Manitoban who has worked most of my adult life to improve the province that I proudly call home. During that time, I've had the great honor and indeed privilege to work with or for government on major systems change projects like the restructuring of the child welfare system and the historic passage of provincial accessibility rights legislation. I fancy myself as a pretty good writer, but I fear that I've lost most of my social skills through the months of social isolation during the pandemic. I was never much of a public presenter or speaker before that, so I ask that you bear with me. Advice often given to speakers is one, keep it simple, the old KISS principle. Then second, tell them what you're going to say it, and then tell them what you just said. I will try to follow these pearls of wisdom. My comments on Bill 62 boiled down to 4 major points. First, folks increasingly don't trust politicians. Second, the way that the Bill 62 was introduced and is proceeded to this standing committee is one of the reasons why public trust continues to decline. Third, much can be done to improve upon democratic practice that can start to win back public trust, but the shared will and resolve to do this seems to be sadly lacking among leaders in this province. And finally, fourth, you as MLAs, as good people, have the responsibility, indeed the obligation, to speak up and demand better things for all Manitobans. Let me loop back with a bit more detail. On my first point, I don't think that it will come as a shock to you to hear that public trust in government in general, and in politicians in particular, has been declining for decades, and it keeps falling. While you might be the exceptions, your profession as a whole is not much liked or admired. While used car salesmen may rank lower, polling done by Angus Reid in 2019 found that nearly 2/3 of Canadians say that most politicians cannot be trusted. Now on to my second point. One of the major reasons the public does not trust politicians is that politics is seen to be a dirty game where politicians do pretty much whatever they need to do to win, keep, and wield power, often at the expense of the public interest. The introduction of Bill 62 is a case in point. Bill 62 was introduced for first reading by the Honourable Blaine Peterson, then Minister of Agriculture and Resource Development, back on Monday, November 2nd, 2020. The bill was introduced with its title alone, no text or explanatory notes were released. Citizens, taxpayers, stakeholders, and MLAs alike all had to wait until this March before the contents of the bill was made public. In terms of the legislature, that represents a delay of 12 sitting days. In terms of the public, that represents an astonishing delay of 4 months, a full 120 calendar days. What is even more shocking is that Bill 62 was not an aberration, a lone wolf, so to speak. Bill 62 was one of 19 so-called government mystery bills that were introduced in November with no text. Why is not entirely clear. What I've heard is that the rules do not require the tabling of text with the bills in first reading, so no actual rules were broken. I've also heard that it was done as a punishing payback to the NDP for their misuse of the rules last session. Whatever the case, the March 2nd open letter to the Winnipeg Free Press, to Premier Pallister and leaders Quigneau and Lamont from 6 distinguished and deeply concerned Manitobans from across party lines clearly and unequivocally stated, and I quote, "This is unacceptable." The March 2nd Winnipeg Free Press editorial stated, and I quote, "The procedural infighting in Manitoba's current legislature has taken petty politicking too far." These are the softball descriptions. Others have been much more critical. Scott Forbes, president of the Manitoba Organization of Faculty Associations, described the government's conduct as showing, quote, "a stunning contempt for Manitobans." Dennis Pylon, a political science professor from the York University, is reported to have called it, quote, "a new low in parliamentary behavior from Canada's right wing," and that's saying something. He goes on to call it, and I quote, "a very bad precedent." Molly McCracken, director of the Manitoba office of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, reportedly referred to government conduct as being part of, quote, the global attack on democracy, unquote, and called it, quote, disrespectful to Manitobans. Public concerns also led to more than 1,500 citizens sending letters to you and to other MLAs expressing shock and dismay. In short, the politicians fight, the citizens lose, and the public trust you even less. But let's not stop there. How about this government's holding back on the public release of major reports paid for by taxpayers, like the Education Commission on K-12 report that was released 1 year after it was completed, at the same time as the text of Bill 64, another of the 19 mystery bills. Or the KPMG report on childcare that was withheld for 6 months, only released when the text of Bill 47 was released, another of the 19 mystery bills. The Pallister government is not alone as the only one who plays these games. The NDP did in their day as government too. The only other constant outcomes, the citizens lose and the public trust you even less. Let me add one more item to this list, discussed by Sean Kettner, is the very standing committee process. A very few short weeks ago, the Honorable Kelvin Gerson said, it's a quote that Sean had taken from me, it is one of the great sacred things in the Manitoba legislature that we have public presentations after second reading, only one of 2 provinces. The broad concept is that good citizens like me and the other presenters tonight have a direct opportunity to provide input into legislation, thereby giving standing committees the chance to improve upon bills before they go back for third reading. As the report card I've asked to be distributed to you indicates, this does not appear to be the case. Based on Hansard from March through to April 12th, 7 meetings were held to consider 24 bills. A total of 92 presentations were made, along with 13 written submissions in nearly 24 hours of proceedings. After all that, not one amendment was proposed, not one. Not one change was recommended to any of the bills, not one. And this is supposed to represent, quote, a great sacred opportunity for meaningful public input. The citizens lose and the public trust you even less. On quickly to my third point. This democratic deficit is not some state of nature. It is our own creation. You live it pretty much every day in the things you may have normalized. We can change it too. That's why the third ask in the letter to the political leaders from the 6 distinguished Manitobans asked them to commit to work, quote, together in an open, public, and transparent process to amend the rules of the House before the next session to better reflect and respect due process, as well as to promote more meaningful public participation in the legislative process. The letter is now more than 1 month old. Do you know how many of the 3 leaders had made clear and direct statements agreeing to this commitment? None. That's right. As far as I know, none. Zippo, rien du tout. So that brings me to my fourth and final point. You as MLAs need to become the agents of positive change. To creatively paraphrase Edmund Burke, the 18th century political thinker, who's often referred to as the father of conservatism, quote, the only thing that's necessary for democratic deficit to triumph is for good persons to do nothing. Or let's try the quote attributed to Gandhi, be the change you wish to see in the world. Perhaps you can start tonight by admitting that this standing committee process is not, quote, the great sacred opportunity for meaningful public input. Admit it to yourself. Admit it to your fellow committee members. Admit it to your caucus and to your leaders. And then get moving tomorrow on changing things for the better within your own party and with the other parties to begin to win back the trust and confidence of the public. Here's the promise to recap my key messages. First, folks increasingly don't trust.
Mr. Faulkner, the time for your presentation has expired. We will now move on to questions. The Honourable Minister Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner, for your suggestions. And Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pat, thank you so much for your presentation, your thoughts, and your long service to the public service in Manitoba. Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Mr. Faulkner, did you have a response?
No, thank you. Again, I think many of us have been working long and hard. I think we need to be honest with ourselves and honest with the public, and I hope that you are prepared to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard, did you have?
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you, Patrick, for coming and presenting. I do want to clarify one thing, and that is that in the Liberal Party, we have indicated that we do want such a meeting of all parties, and that we are looking to change the rules, and that one of the rules that we would like to change is that bills must be presented in full the first time that they are read at first reading. We'll have to make that more clear and louder in the coming days, but I just want to assure you that that is the case.
Mr. Faulkner?
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate that perhaps saying that more clearly and publicly, but that's not where the letter from the 6 Manitobans stopped. It asked about looking at a overall change to process to better reflect due process and to provide for a more realistic and meaningful way for the public to have input into the legislative process. I guess I'm here to say that while I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present it between second reading and what goes on to third reading, that in fact what we've seen, and not only with this government, is that it's nice to be put on the record to say here's my stand, but it has limited, if any, impact upon the bills going forward. The time is not at this stage where tonight you've got to decide on amendments. Are you going to do that? Is that something that this process actually provides for? A meaningful, thoughtful deliberation as to how to improve the bill? I think not. There are other avenues to do that. I encourage the parties, all the parties and leaders, to consider how they can promote more meaningful public involvement in the legislative process. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Faulkner?
Yeah, I will make one brief comment.
Mr. Gerard?
And that comment is that we have put forward already a number of report stage amendments. I don't know that any this time around have been accepted, but certainly in the past there have been examples of amendments being accepted. But I agree with you that we do not do this nearly as much as we should, that we should much better reflect the content of the presentations that come forward at committee stage and be much more ready to make the changes. So I really appreciate your comment, and I want to say thank you.
Mr. Faulkner?
Again, I thank you. I think the issue is having the political courage and honesty to be able to admit that this system doesn't provide for that kind of input. And I fear that the party in power has less reason to do that, and the party who looks to get in power at next election thinks that they can use those same levers of control when they become government. And frankly, again, the citizens lose and the public continues to lose confidence and trust in the political process. I think that's a great shame, and I hold you as MLAs accountable for playing the role you can and should be playing to be able to meet the public interest more suitably. It's not an easy role to play, but it's a role that I hope you have the courage to be able to stand up and speak to your leaders and your caucus about changes that are required. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Faulkner. We will now move on to the next presenter. I will now call on Elizabeth McCandless, private citizen, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Ms. McCandless, are you there?
Hello.
Ms. McCandless, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, committee members. My name is Elizabeth McCandless, and I'm appearing as a private citizen, but I will mention that I'm a lawyer and I work for the Manitoba Law Reform Commission. I also co-chair the animal law section of the Manitoba Bar Association. I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight about Bill 62. Bill 62 has been introduced with the stated objective of enhancing safety to farm animals, their livestock, and the public's food supply by prohibiting individuals from entering biosecurity zones, interfering or interacting with animals in biosecurity zones, or with animals in transport. Now, enhancing biosecurity is an important legislative purpose, especially with the realities of COVID-19 on everyone's minds. However, a closer look at the bill suggests that the proposed amendments don't actually address biosecurity risks. So I will briefly discuss the purported biosecurity aspect of the bill, and then I will address what appears to be the actual intent of the bill and why that matters. So when analyzing proposed legislation, the first step is usually understanding the overall purpose. For penal legislation, which is legislation that imposes penalties and creates offenses, as is the case here, the question is often, what is the mischief the legislature is trying to address? In reading the text of Bill 62 and weighing it against available facts, it appears that it is not intended to address biosecurity as one of the main objectives. So just to go back to the stated objectives that we've heard in Legislative Assembly and in government statements on the bill upon its introduction. First, addressing the concern over safety to farm families. As other presenters have already discussed, Manitoba already has legislation at both the provincial and the federal levels to provide protection from trespassers and individuals coming onto farms and harming farm animals or damaging property. Likewise, these provisions would provide protection to livestock living on those farms. So there are already in place other legislative mechanisms to deal with the safety of farm families. Second, and more commonly cited as the legislative purpose, we hear about the safety of Manitoba's food supply and enhanced biosecurity. So if the government is advancing this proposed legislation to protect livestock and our food supply from biosecurity risks, then one would expect the decision to be based on the evidence. But the reality is that there's no evidence to support the assertion that members of the public coming into contact with livestock is actually causing animal diseases to spread. And we've already heard from a couple of speakers already. Caitlin Mitchell of Animal Justice mentioned that publicly available CFIA investigation reports reveal that the most common causes of outbreaks of disease are things like workers working in multiple facilities, needle sharing, feeding dead animals to other animals, interactions between livestock and wild animals, and worker-to-animal infections. And importantly, and this must be emphasized, there are no recorded incidents of an animal advocate coming in contact with a farm animal and causing the spread of disease. And another thing that I wanted to point out with respect to the issue of biosecurity risks is that in January 2021, the Auditor General released a report examining whether the Department of Agriculture and Resource Development is prepared for an animal disease emergency. And I note that the government accepted all the Auditor General's recommendations contained in the report. In the report, biosecurity is defined as measures taken to prevent exposure to harmful biological or biochemical substances. And the report concluded the department is not adequately prepared for an animal disease emergency. It noted some areas where the government had some things in place, but noted that there were some additional deficiencies that needed to be addressed. Importantly, nowhere in the report did it point to increased risk of animal disease from interaction with or interference from animal advocates, nor did the report mention the adoption of the kind of legislation contemplated here. In short, calling something biosecurity does not make it biosecurity. So coming back to the question of legislative intent, the evidence does not support the assertion advanced by the government that these amendments are created to protect farms or enhance biosecurity. So that leads us to question, if Bill 62 is not intended to address biosecurity risks on farms or in transport, then what is it actually trying to address? Looking at the wording of the bill and the broader context, it is quite clear that the bill is intended to prevent animal activists who bear witness to and document the lives of farmed animals in factory farms or on their way to slaughter. This is clear in the wording of the subsection set out under section 13.1 and 13.2 of the bill, and the fact that there are no other proposed amendments that address any of these situations that have resulted in outbreaks, as I stated earlier. I don't think Manitobans would find it acceptable for their government to enact legislative changes based on anecdotes from the industry as opposed to the evidence, especially when it comes to something as important as animal agriculture. And further, Bill 62 potentially infringes on freedom of expression and the right to peaceful protest as provided for under subsection 2B and 2C of the Charter. Now, I won't address the Charter issue further, but I suggest members seriously consider the letter that was signed by legal experts signaling the potential Charter issues in this bill. And I also support the submission made by Dr. Jody Lazar and Caitlin Mitchell of Animal Justice and others who have expressed concerns about potential Charter issues. One concern about Bill 62 that hasn't been touched on as much yet is the definition of biosecurity zone. The definition has largely been left for the regulations. So we don't know yet what will be included in this definition, but I point this out because in addition to the concerns about Charter issues with animals in transport, as far as Charter rights go, it would be particularly problematic if the definition of biosecurity zone were to encompass public property, for example. Just to conclude, in keeping with the principles of openness and transparency in government, and in keeping with the fundamental freedoms set out in the Charter, respectfully, I do not support the adoption of Bill 62. In light of our current reality in dealing with a global pandemic that was likely caused by animal to human transmission, Manitobans want more oversight and transparency about animal agriculture in our province, not less. The more the industry conceals what happens to farmed animals, the more the public believes it has something to hide. So those are my submissions, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. McCandless. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. McCandless, for your presentation and for your input in here. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions.
The Honourable Mr. Brar.
Just wanted to say thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Sala.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCandless, for your presentation. It was really informative. I have to say, it's really disappointing to see the minister responsible for this bill seeming to be so bored and disinterested, frankly, in asking you any questions as somebody who's clearly really well informed and bringing a lot of useful information to the table. So it is disappointing to see that level of disengagement. I'm hoping you can take a moment to help us to understand how you feel this bill will impact the safety of animals in Manitoba.
Ms. McCandless.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sala. So in terms of your question as to how I think that this bill will impact the safety of animals in Manitoba, I believe that was your question. And so one thing that I will say is that what we know from undercover investigations and activists that have documented things that happen on farms, those kinds of situations have actually helped the safety of animals in a number of ways with different documentations and across the country. So that's one way. The other way that this might not help is that if we are amending the Animal Diseases Act at this stage to implement some changes that won't actually result in increased biosecurity enhancements, then will the government be as open to revisiting the Act so soon after to implement those changes that were outlined in the Auditor General's report that would actually result in some positives?
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth, for your presentation. I find it very interesting that you raised the issue of the definition of what will be the biosecurity zone. I actually asked the minister in question period to more clearly tell us what he meant and what he was meaning in terms of biosecurity zone. And I didn't get a very good answer. So I think that it continues to be an important question and that we should be getting better answers to that. So thank you.
Ms. McCandless, did you have a response for Mr. Gerard?
Thank you. I don't have a response, just I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Sala.
Thanks so much. Hoping you can just, as a lawyer, give us a bit of your sense of what's going to happen or what kind of legal risks might a young activist face if they end up participating in some kind of, documentation of some kind that would put them on the wrong side of this law. What do you see as a potential risk to those citizens who dare to do something along those lines?
Ms. McCandless.
Thank you for that. Let me just grab. So I believe some of the other speakers already addressed some of the penalties in the Act and kind of some of the concerns of the penalties that they could be facing if they were to be found in these kinds of situations. So there's a risk of fines, and when we look at fines to private individuals and perhaps belonging to organizations without a lot of funding, that kind of fine can have a very detrimental impact. And as we mentioned already, somebody who's found convicted of these offenses could face up to a year in prison, which is particularly problematic when you consider the types of activities that could be seen as compassionate, providing water, or just being, as discussed earlier, taking photos or whatever that might entail. So yeah, there are some fines that are a problem, and that's something that I hope that the committee considers further.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. McCandless. We will now call on the next presenter. I will now call on Corey Feary, Manitoba Animal Save, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video camera on, or your video on. Corey, you may proceed. Could you give me the proper pronunciation of your last name?
You had it right. It's either Fury or Fear. However you want to pronounce it, it's fine.
You may proceed with your presentation, Mr. Feary.
Right. Hi, my name's Corey Fear, and I'm a co-organizer with Manitoba Animal Save. Manitoba Animal Save is a chapter of the Global Save movement that bears witness to livestock animals in transportation at slaughterhouses to expose the cruelty and the truth in the animal agriculture industry and exploitation industries. Manitoba Animal Save, along with Brandon Animal Save and several other activist groups, have been at the forefront of putting pressure towards the Manitoba agriculture industry in the past several years. We are a collection of people of varied backgrounds, cultures, and economic classes who work together to fight against animal cruelty done at the hands of the industries that are supporting this bill. We have a continuous positive relations with law enforcement, the workers. We are in direct contact with the industry and the community at large we deal with. However, this bill aims to paint us as criminals and eco-terrorists, making it criminal to expose the crimes and abuse these industries pay their way and bribe out of accountability. In the past several years in Manitoba and Canada, activists have been able to expose horrid atrocities done by the animal agriculture industry. These are never outliers or extreme situations, but routine practices that have been caught on camera and unable to deny from the industries. While lawsuits and legal fees are inconsequential to industrial farms, They have a great effect on the public's perception and willingness to purchase meat, dairy, eggs, and other animal products. In the past several years, because of activists' ability to expose the animal agriculture industry's practices exponentially, people have shown ways to exclude animal products from their diets and support new alternative industries. This is where the fight is, and this is why they're trying to silence activists. This has nothing to do with protection of animals nor biosecurity, such as stopping the spread of PED, porcine epidemic diarrhea, which is common in pigs, especially in Manitoba. We have documented and seen many times drivers and other employees breaking biosecurity protocol, such as getting out of trucks without changing boots or proper clothing, handling pigs, or even doing business beside the trucks with no perceived issue for management. This bill is a red herring to use legislation to attack those who are detrimental to the profits while not adhering to the same rules themselves. Two quick examples I want to give based on these actions. In 2017, activists captured footage in a chicken barn in Chilliwack, BC. This footage exposed chickens being handled and thrown in a sadistic manner. Sophia Farms and Elite Farms Limited were forced to have their brands associated with their own standard practices and have the world at large condemn the Canadian poultry industry. Earlier this year, the Good Place Animal Sanctuary rescued 6 laying hens dumped outside in a mass call-in in Brady landfill outside of Winnipeg. These six chickens, they survived the gas on thousands of other chickens and being buried alive among the corpses. 2 of the 6 chickens since have died from medical complications. Manitoba egg farmers have acknowledged and accepted full responsibility of such an inhumane situation, but this has been the second time it happened the past year in the exact same situation. They've continued calling the exact same process since, so it seems they're not focused on changing their ineffective call method, nor allowing the public to rehome spent hens, but hoping that the public forgets about this incident. Actions like these expose and hold the industry accountable in ways that they would and never hold themselves accountable to. The animal agriculture industry wants to sell an image of quaint, loving farms full of happy animals and open pastures, of Americana nuclear families doing chores until the animals are cuddled to death and become dinner. This is not the industry. This is a high-speed, high-volume industry dependent on animal abuse, pathetically inadequate transportation laws, worker exploitation, and lobbying the government legislation. What has happened with Bill 62 is the same happened in 2017 with Bill 24 when it was pushed through. The red tape reduction bill to reduce restriction hog barns in Manitoba that has continued to be detrimental on local water in Manitoba produced by hog barn waste, affecting rural residents and wildlife in Manitoba. The protection of the people in Manitoba is not given a forefront to that bill. That bill passing, but the relationship of our government with the Manitoba pork and animal agriculture as a whole was preserved. This bill is also a blazing attack on journalism and freedom of speech. They're finding ways to limit our access to information itself. Not only keeping information from us who oppose the industry, but the very consumers they depend on to profit, the people they need to consume their products. They do not want the public to learn how their food is produced nor the system they built to produce it. The animal agriculture industry needs to be an industry with full accountability. If they have nothing to hide, they should have no issue with it being seen. If this is about animal welfare, they should be okay with the pigs in their care who gone several days without food or water and transportation in extreme weather, as per industry standards, to be provided with small amounts of water comfort from activists. We would never allow this to happen to dogs or cats, or why we're letting this happen to pigs. But they are not. They want the industry to be viewed in secrecy and isolation, protected from the government from accountability, by the government for accountability. To the industry insiders and public speaking in support of this bill, who I believe are coming right after me, you will promote the idea this is some altruistic way to protect activists from danger. However, the rate of occurrence of people in danger are incredibly exaggerated if they exist at all. Outside the few extreme outliers, activists are very mindful of trucks and animal safety. In Manitoba, we are extremely safety oriented. We have heavily self-enforced rules of approaching a truck, which is to never while it's moving and comply consent from the driver, and a safety officer designated to oversee everyone. It is absolutely ludicrous to accuse or even think of animal rights activists would want to ever attempt to poison an animal in transportation as some sort of ploy to hurt consumers. Paranoia and fictitious hearsay is not the same as evidence, and you should be ashamed if that's the basis you're going to be arguing on. If you believe that this what happens, I invite you and anyone else to come out and bear witness with us before this bill makes it legal, and see the honesty and compassion that animal rights activists have to show towards the victims of a brutal and ultra-powerful industry of this bill. For those who are voting on this bill, you have a powerful opportunity to do the kindest of actions. I implore you to vote against this bill and choose kindness. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Fury. We will now move on to questions. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Fury, for your presentation. And Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
Mr. Brar?
No question.
Mr. Gerard?
Yes, Mr. Fear, you mentioned 2 occasions where there were animals found at Brady landfill. And I just wondered if you could provide a little bit more detail.
Mr. Fear?
Yes, absolutely. Once I want to say it was May of 2020, and then the other was on April 1st of this year. Both time what happens is when they call the chickens, they do it in mass calls. Manitoba is usually on with CO2 gas. So they pump the barn full of CO2 gas, same way as we kill pigs. It's essentially their insides go on fire and they die from asphyxiation. They're sent to the dump. Sometimes they're thrown in land, or they're thrown in the ground as fertilizer. Sometimes they dump if they're not able to. During COVID-19, there's a huge number of this. Sometimes because they're spent heads, other times because restaurants are not open and they don't eat eggs like they used to. But anyway, so they go there. A lot of the chickens that do survive they survive underneath the other chickens and are brought there. There's probably much more that survive than are found just by being crushed under the other chickens. And then they're found both times by worker of the Brady dump. They just saw chickens running around. Sanctuaries across Manitoba are contacted. Now the good place is the common one to be contacted for this. They rush over there, they pick up the chickens, they try to find whatever ones they can, and then they're brought to the vet for a proper medical assessment. From the 2 from last year, only 1 surviving. And then now from this one, only 4 survived of the 6. They become very happy chickens. They've never seen any sort of compassion or regular chicken life, such as like eating bugs or being on grass. And they bounce back very quick. It's very nice. And it's very, as much as the egg industry doesn't want to see it, it's seeing how horrible condition these chickens are in, that they're without feathers, they're underweight, they're full of cancer. Their hindquarters are very raw and bloody. And they're not very happy seeing this stuff. And it's, the more the sanctuaries promote this of saying this is chickens, we want to get more chickens. We did a very large rescue last year of 1,200 chickens. Say the egg industry is doing this, we do want to help them with this. If they're going to do the eggs, we can't stop that. But we would love if they actually allowed us to rehome these chickens. There's many, many homes. There's thousands of chickens who want, people want thousands of amounts of chickens in backyards, say 10 at a time, to give them proper life. And this is kind of the reality of the industry. It's more the industry wants to keep it quiet opposed to do kind of a right thing for animal welfare and the ability want people to see the actual reality of their industry, and they're actively trying to cover it up.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Fury? Seeing no further questions, we will move on to our next presenter. I will now call on Bill Campbell, Keystone Agriculture Producers President, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Mr. Campbell, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 62. Good evening, and my name is Bill Campbell, and I'm president of Keystone Agricultural Producers, also known as CAP. CAP is Manitoba's general farm policy organization, providing a unified voice for farmers on issues that affect agriculture. We work with governments, industry, and stakeholders on overarching issues that affect all farmers. CAP is funded and directed by our members, which include farmers from across Manitoba and organizations representing specific crop, livestock, and specialty commodities. Our membership sets CAP's policy through a democratic, grassroots governance structure. In total, we represent and promote the interests of 4,500 farmers and 20 commodity associations across Manitoba. This evening is an opportunity for our members to provide further input into Bill 62, the Animal Diseases Amendment Act. Manitoba farmers take biosecurity and food safety seriously because they know that the food they produce should meet the highest standards. CAP is committed through policy developed by farmers to protect the interest of agriculture from the spread of animal and plant disease. Our members have been clear that this is an important issue and that further action is required. By way of background, we have lobbied the provincial government for legislative and regulatory changes to enhance biosecurity and for stronger legislation and tougher penalties to deter rural crime and trespassing. Just last week at a policy-making session, our members reiterated their support for efforts to enhance the ability of farmers and ranchers to improve biosecurity, including support for Bill 62 and 63. Farmers work hard to develop and adhere to biosecurity protocols that protect their farms and their livestock from the spread of disease to humans, animals, and plant life. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, also known as CFIA, creates and enforces stringent national biosecurity standards, protocols, and strategies designed to protect livestock. This is done in collaboration with producer organizations, governments, and academia. Biosecurity protocols include requirements depending on the species, such as employees showering when entering and exiting a barn, mandatory gowns, face masks, and boot covers, and other standards aimed at keeping both animals and the food supply safe, including during transportation. These protocols are mandatory, universal, enforceable, and can include third-party independent auditing and verification. The idea that a breakdown in biosecurity protocols does not represent a real threat to farm operation could not be further from the truth. When biosecurity protocols are compromised, this jeopardizes food security and often necessitates drastic action to prevent disease outbreaks, which have critical, immediate, and long-lasting impacts on our industry. We welcome changes that will require a person to obtain consent before entering a biosecurity zone or interacting with livestock in a biosecurity zone. By requiring consent, this legislation will improve the farmer's ability to maintain the health and safety of their livestock and ultimately the food they produce. Biosecurity protocols are developed to protect humans, animals, and plant life, and everyone must follow them. It is also important to state clearly that biosecurity and food safety does not end at the farmyard. Farmers are responsible for the health and safety of their livestock, including during transportation. Transportation conditions are carefully controlled to adhere to federal animal transportation regulations, ensure a safe and healthy arrival for livestock at their destination. This legislation will address the various biosecurity risks livestock face during transportation, including at feedlots and auctions. In closing, we are pleased with the amendments proposed here and the provincial government's commitment to improving biosecurity in our province. We want to emphasize that Manitobans should be confident about where their food comes from. Our industry and the farmers in this province have high standards for themselves and stringent requirements they must meet when it comes to food they produce. We appreciate being included in this important discussion as the voice of farmers in Manitoba. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell, for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister Peterson.
Thank you, Bill, for your presentation and for presenting certainly the agricultural producers side of this discussion. And certainly your input is welcomed in developing the legislation, and we'll continue to do that consultation with you. So thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Thank you, Bill, for your wonderful presentation. And as you might know, I've been working with Manitoba Agriculture for a few years in Interlake and then in Eastman. And I'm a big fan of biosecurity protocols, and I support biosecurity in agriculture. In addition to the legislative support that we are discussing right now, what other steps can be taken to improve biosecurity at Manitoba farms?
Does the chair recognize me?
Sorry, Mr. Campbell. Please respond.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it is imperative when we look at animal production and the safety of farm families that obtaining consent and knowledge of those that require that be obtained. I think that it is very important that we have informed access.
Is there any further questions from the committee? Mr. Gerard?
Yes, Bill, thank you for your presentation. As you've probably heard, a number of the presenters before have made the case that this bill is not about biosecurity, it's about suppressing activists. But I'd like to give you a chance just to make the case of why this bill is so important for biosecurity.
Well, I think when we view...
Mr. Campbell? Mr. Campbell?
Thank you for the question. I think when we view some of the global disease risks that are happening now, that I think that it is an imperative that we have these biosecurity measures. We only need to view some of the history of some of the diseases that have been in Canada and throughout the world to realize the significant impact that they can have on our industries and our food security. When we move forward to what we have now in the statement that this is not about biosecurity, I think that suggests the success of the model and the lessons that we have learned so that we do not compromise our food security and our food safety issue. I believe that we have some of the highest standards for food quality acknowledged in the world, and that needs to be ensured and emphasized.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? If not, I thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your presentation. I will now call on David Weens, Chair of Dairy Farmers of Manitoba, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Mr. Weens is not here, and we will drop him to the bottom of the list. I'll now call on Cam Dahl from Manitoba Pork and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, or good
Hello,
evening.
Mr. Dahl.
Yes.
Mr. Dahl, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the members of the committee, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Cam Dahl, and I am the General Manager of the Manitoba Pork Council. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to provide comments on the Animal Disease Amendments Act. Manitoba Pork represents all the hog producers in the province. In total, there are about 600 hog farms located across the province that produce about 7.7 million pigs annually. The sector provides over 14,000 Manitobans with jobs. The pork industry contributes approximately $1.7 billion to the provincial economy annually. The pork industry is a driver of the provincial economy and one that will play a critical part in the economic recovery from COVID-19. Pork producers are committed to environmental stewardship, food safety, animal care, and quality assurance. We have dedicated significant resources to science-based research to support these objectives. Our goal is to work in partnership with government and stakeholders to effectively build and sustain a prosperous hog production and pork processing sector in Manitoba. Manitoba Pork, along with other producer representatives, recently sent a letter to all members of the Manitoba legislature indicating our support for Bill 62. I will provide some detail on the biosecurity and safety reasons for the support. I also will provide some comments on measures taken by Manitoba producers and regulatory authorities to ensure the highest level of animal care. First, to the importance of biosecurity. One of the biggest threats to our sector is the introduction of a foreign animal disease to the Canadian and Manitoban commercial swine herds. Diseases like African swine fever are present in major pork producing countries, including Russia, Germany, Poland, and has caused the loss of over 200 million pigs in China alone. In the event that ASF was transmitted here, it would cause irreparable harm to our industry and across all of Canada. We have learned through the COVID-19 pandemic, viruses will spread rapidly when basic fundamentals such as hand washing, mask wearing, and physical distancing are not adhered to. Preventing disease spread in swine herds involves similar biosecurity fundamentals. They need to be adhered to. Manitoba's pork producers and their staff follow stringent biosafety protocols in their barns each and every day to keep their animals healthy and safe. Producers and employees are required to shower before entering barns and must change into designated clothing and footwear in a separate part of the barn before entering the biosecure areas where animals are located. Anyone entering the barns or farms handling animals or moving between barns without following the proper biosafety protocols puts the health of animals, safety of food, the livelihood of our farmers, and entire sector at risk. Accordingly, Manitoba Pork is strongly supportive of the clauses of Bill 62 that would establish and define biosecurity zones and the corresponding sections 13.1.1 and 13.1.2 and 13.1.3 of the bill that prohibit outside parties from entering, breaching the integrity of biosecurity zones or interfering with animals. Manitoba's hog producers and transporters follow similar biosecurity protocols when animals are being transported between farms or from farms to processing facilities. Outside parties interfering with the animals or offering them outside food or water sources threatens the safety of our food. As such, Manitoba Pork is also strongly supportive of the sections 13.2.1 and 13.2.2 of Bill 62, which prohibit outside parties from interfering with livestock while in transport. All livestock sectors adhere to strict biosecurity protocols to prevent the spread of serious diseases that include ASF, foot and mouth disease, porcine
epidemic diarrhea, avian influenza, and others. Bill 62 recognizes the fundamentally important role of biosecurity in modern agriculture. Second key area is the safety of producers, their families, and our stakeholders. Manitoba hog farms are more than just barns, fields, and trucks. A significant number of our producers and their families also reside on the same acreage as their barns. The potential of having individuals trespass on their land and break into their facilities is not only a biosecurity concern, but it also threatens the safety and security of our producers, their employees, and their families. Manitoba has been fortunate that we have not seen coordinated break-ins and protests that have been experienced in other provinces. However, our hog producers and transporters are not exempt from threatening behavior. There have been incidences of Manitoba farm families witnessing unknown vehicles repeatedly driving past their properties. In some circumstances, Manitoba livestock and poultry farmers have even found wireless video recording devices on their properties and had their barns' power supplies tampered with. These actions are not acceptable. Manitoba Pork is of the view that the legislation proposed under Bill 62 and its subsequent regulations will go a long way to deterring such criminal behavior. You want to comment a little bit about animal welfare and care. We've heard a lot about that tonight. A significant misrepresentation is being made by opponents to this bill that the proposed legislation is intended to cover up alleged incidents of ongoing animal abuse. These accusations are completely false. On-farm animal care in Manitoba is highly regulated. Manitoba Pork and the hog producers fully support the legislative and regulatory frameworks and safeguards that are in place to prevent animal abuse from occurring. We also support the intervention measures in place that provide the opportunity for incidents to be reported. Under Manitoba's Animal Care Act and Animal Care Regulation, anyone who comes into contact or close proximity with livestock has the opportunity to report concerns of animal abuse to the province's chief veterinary officer. There is currently ample opportunity for informed professionals within the biosecure supply chain to report concerns of animal abuse. Bill 62 would not change that. In addition to adhering to the provincial regulatory framework, all livestock groups in Canada also follow species-specific national codes of practice. I do want to comment on how those codes of practices are created. They're not just created by the industry. Those code development committees include non-governmental organizations that are interested in animal care. They include academics, they include governments. There is a broad consensus on the recommended practices for the care and handling of animals as developed under the National Farm Animal Care Council. Complementing these national standards, pork producers in Manitoba follow additional animal care programs, such as the Canadian Pork Excellence, which uses internationally recognized high standards of care and farm practices to enhance animal husbandry and animal welfare. These programs allow our producers to demonstrate compliance with animal care, food safety, and traceability requirements demanded by our domestic and export markets. Closing on this section, our producers care for their animals. To provide a summary, Manitoba Pork would like to reiterate our support for Bill 62, which together with Bill 63, the Petty Trespass Amendment and Occupiers Liability Amendment Act, would help protect the integrity of our sector's ongoing biosecurity efforts and help ensure the ongoing safety and security of our farm families. I'd like to thank the committee members for the time, consideration, and appreciate the opportunity to provide our organization's input, excuse me, on this important legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl, for your presentation here tonight. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter, Honorable Minister Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Mr. Dahl, on your recent appointment as chair, as general manager of Manitoba Pork.
Thank you, Minister.
There's been a few presenters talking about going up around trucks, trailers, when they're loaded on the road. Can you And you did mention a little bit about that. Can you maybe expand on just the danger, both to personal safety and potential safety of the animals when people interact with trucks that they're stopping on the road?
Sure, there's...
Mr. Dahl, Mr. Dahl, sorry, you'll have to just let me recognize you. Anyway, you can proceed with your answer.
Absolutely, there are dangers, and I'd like to highlight a couple, Minister. There's of course danger to the driver, to the person operating the truck. If you're moving heavy equipment and there are people moving in and around your vehicle that shouldn't be there, aren't trained to be there, and are not predictable, there's a danger to you. And of course, there's a significant danger as well to the livestock you're carrying. So there's both a danger to the person operating the truck, as well as the person or the livestock that they're hauling. And there also is a danger to I've heard what the comments that no one would put dangerous substances in those water bottles that are being fed to pigs, and I believe the people that are saying that here today. I believe them, and I take them at their word. But they aren't everybody, and they aren't everybody in the community, or they don't represent all of the people that want to shut down modern agriculture, and the threat of having noxious substances fed to those animals is real. And it's something that's concerning, and pleased that Bill 62 would help prevent that.
Minister Peterson on a supplementary question? No. Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Dahl, thank you so much for your presentation and your thoughts on the subject. I want to ask you this. What is the general status of biosecurity protocol compliance in Manitoba hog farms right now, and how can we improve it?
Mr. Dahl?
The compliance, and thank you for that question. The compliance is very high. This is something that Manitoba pork producers take extremely seriously, because the threat is very real, and the consequences of bringing outside diseases. Again, the first wave of African swine fever in China, they're now experiencing their second wave. It's just like COVID, resulted in 200 million pigs dying. The threat is very real. And so this is something that Manitoba producers take extremely seriously, and have put very significant measures in place. The compliance is very high. And having that biosecurity zone breached is a significant threat to the health and safety of the animals that they're caring for.
Minister Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dahl, I'd just like to thank you for your presentation here this evening. I've worked in different levels of government since 2006, and most frequently with pork producers across my constituency and my municipality. And the issue of biosecurity is one that is very respected. I have 25 colonies in my constituency at this time. And, the discussions in regards to biosecurity within the farming area is a very high priority. So I want to thank you for your comments and supporting these producers in rural Manitoba tonight.
Minister Gerard.
Yeah, just briefly, we've heard a fair amount of discussion about what interfering with a transport of animals is. And I would presume, but you can tell me differently, that if somebody is at a distance and not interfering with the transport of animals, that there's not a particular problem with people taking photographs. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I am of that.
Sorry, Mr. Barr.
I did it again.
Mr. Dahl, sorry. Mr. Dahl, sorry.
I'm just too anxious to answer the questions. Dr. Girard, I agree with that, you know, if there isn't interference, which is why I support how the bill is worded, I'm not the one to judge what that, you know, what that level is or what that distance is. I know that there are experts and those that are, you know, well acquainted with animal behavior and know or have a good understanding of how that interaction, is going to impact the animals that are under transport. I will leave it to them to go through the regulations and define, you know, what that distance is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl, and the time has gone a little bit long on the question and answer period. So we'll move on now to Corey Rybuck and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Mr. Rybuck, when you're ready, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Corey Rybuck. I've served as General Manager for Manitoba Egg Farmers over the past 10.5 years, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to present to you this evening. Manitoba Egg Farmers represents 170 regulated egg and pullet farmers in our province. MEF is an independent organization funded entirely by egg and pullet producers. Regulated farmers are the primary caregivers of hens that produce over 76 million dozens each year in Manitoba and feeding communities all across this province. Manitoba Egg Farmers fully supports the adoption of Bill 62, the proposed Animal Diseases Amendment Act. Bill 62 would require a person to obtain the consent of the owner before entering a biosecurity zone, such as a laying hen or pullet barn, or interacting with animals to limit the spread of disease. A biosecurity zone is an area within a livestock operation to which access is tightly controlled to limit the spread of pathogens. The threat of biosecurity breaches, which can sicken and kill hens and compromise the safety of our food system, is real when unauthorized people enter on egg farmers' premises. Our egg and pullet farmers take measures every day to protect their flocks. Bill 62 represents an additional measure to limit the spread of disease. Regulated egg and pullet farmers across Canada adhere to the National Start Clean, Stay Clean on-farm food safety program. The objective of this national mandatory program is to produce safe eggs for consumption by utilizing good management practices and operating procedures that effectively prevent or control identified biological, chemical, and physical hazards. Start Clean, Stay Clean is a HACCP-based program. Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, or HACCP, is a systematic approach to food safety that is internationally recognized and recommended by the Codex Alimentarius Commission, a joint food and agriculture organization, and World Health Organization food standards program established in the early 1960s to protect consumer health and promote fair practices in food trade. Originally, about 25 years ago, the Start Clean, Stay Clean program was developed as a control for Salmonella enteritidis, as outbreaks of salmonellosis, the human disease caused by Salmonella bacteria, had seriously disrupted the egg industry in much of Europe and the United States. Even though Canada's record with Salmonella enteritidis was among the best in the world, the Canadian egg industry felt it could contribute to the improvements being made worldwide. Environmental swabs looking for Salmonella enteritidis are regularly taken each egg layer flock cycle and in the pullet barn as well. As the Start Clean, Stay Clean program matured, the industry came to realize that the same practices that combat Salmonella enteritidis could also control other organisms that can cause foodborne illness or poultry disease, such as ILT, a lethal respiratory disease, which is a common occurrence in backyard flocks in Manitoba. Salmonella enteritidis being controlled is not the only true goal of any good management practice, which really is the control of all food safety hazards and health threats to the hens. The Start Clean, Stay Clean program is a dynamic one and is updated as the body of knowledge changes through experience, research, technical advancements, and government regulation. This constant development maintains the strength of the program and assists the Canadian egg industry in continually meeting the high standards for food safety, egg quality, and animal health. On-farm inspections are conducted by trained third-party professionals to verify the operations against the Start Clean, Stay Clean program and to ensure that requirements are met consistently. It is the farmer's responsibility to implement the Start Clean, Stay Clean standards on farm, keep records to demonstrate this conformance, undergo evaluations and audits, and take immediate actions as necessary to correct any shortcomings. All of a farmer's daily efforts to maintain the safety of the eggs produced and the health of a flock are jeopardized by the unauthorized and careless breaches of the biosecurity zones in their barns. It is for this reason that MEF fully supports the adoption of Bill 62. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rybuck. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Corey, for your presentation. I certainly appreciate the information that you've given to this committee tonight, and I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rybuck, for your presentation. Just curious to know your thoughts about improving the biosecurity protocol compliance by the employees at the poultry farms. Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Rybuck?
Well, certainly that's something that we do take seriously, and we help our farmers, whether they're colony producers or farmers with newer, younger employees. We offer training to bring them up to speed on the biosecurity requirements of the national program. We have an extension person full-time on staff. So we make every effort to, because the program is dynamic, we're always updating our farmers as to the requirements so that they can meet them consistently.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question. I've seen a few studies where it's indicated that there are some protocols which are not being followed by the employees at various facilities in Canada, maybe due to lack of training or lack of resources. Do you think Manitoba needs more resources in education, training, and public extension to improve this part of our industry?
Mr. Rybuck.
I can only address that question in an egg context. Again, I know we're fortunate in that being funded by egg and pullet farmers and the priority that they put on on-farm programming, we are able to deliver those services to our farms and new employees. Again, we're always looking for ways to improve that, and certainly COVID has had us, pivot like everybody else has to deliver these programs, virtually and online. So we're making every effort to make sure that, again, those breaches don't happen as a result of untrained workers.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Corey. Much appreciate your presentation. One of the questions which has come up earlier on is what is included in a biosecurity zone for example, a poultry, an egg barn.
Mr. Rybuck.
Yeah, so I can speak to, again, my experience in barns. I haven't been in everyone, obviously, but typically, and my colleague who'll be following my presentation can speak in more detail at the farm level. But typically when you pull up to a farm, you park away in a marked zone, you change your boot covers, put on a disposable smock, and there's areas marked out within the barn that you wait to make other, again, footwear changes before you actually enter the production area. The restricted access zone or biosecurity zone is clearly marked within each facility.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Rybuck? Seeing no further questions, we thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Rybuck, and we will now move on to the next presenter. I will now call on Kurt Siemens, Siemens Farms Limited, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Hi there.
Mr. Siemens, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank everybody for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. It is 9:30 already. It's getting late, so I'm not going to try to ramble on too much here. I'm a third-generation egg farmer out in south of Winnipeg, about 45 minutes. We have eggs, egg layers, and pullets on our farm. And I'm going to speak to you today a little bit about Bill 62. And from what I understand, it's about strengthening the laws to maintain biosecurities on farm and animal production sites. I'm going to speak in favor of this amendment. And the reason I say that is it is something to enhance the biosecurity in our farms. On our farms, we follow very strict biosecurity protocols. We have our driveways, at the end of our driveways, marked with signs, so even people that are driving by can understand the importance of biosecurity and understand that the site that they potentially would want to enter is under a biosecurity protocol and something that they'd have to be careful for. So if there's, as Corey mentioned before, if there's also a vehicle or somebody that's been invited to our farm, they enter our premises and they must park at least 50 feet away from any production facilities or any air intake from a production facility. All our doors are locked and they all have signs on them that only authorized personnel should enter. And all our main entrances, we have cameras over top of them, and those cameras are set to record when there's movement. And that is just to track if anybody shows up at the farm that we didn't give consent to. We have that recording. We know who's on site, and we have cameras to see what's going on. Once the visitor has received consent and authority to enter the facility, they would do so with one of the owners or one of our employees. And once they're inside, they immediately, as Corey said, they have to change their footwear or put coverings over their footwear. Then each visitor to our farm needs to sign a visitor log. And in that visitor log, they agree to not handle the birds, or if they are going to handle the birds, they have to do it with the consent of the owner or the employee. And plus, if they also see something that they don't find is an irregularity or something that they don't agree with or something that they are to let the people know immediately. So that's something they read and sign as soon as they come in the door. After that, once they are moved into the barn or into the production facility, if they actually want to be in with the live animals, with the live birds, they do have to have full coveralls on, mask and gloves as required. And then once they're all done, all these disposable shoe coverings and coveralls and masks and everything, they have to be disposed of in the garbage that's provided. So somebody might ask, like, okay, so why all this biosecurity? Like, why so much biosecurity? And the reason is because we care for our birds and the livestock that we have. We very much take it to heart how much that means to us to keep those birds or those hens in our farms biosecure. We don't want them to have diseases or have bacterias or viruses come into the farms. We hear from other areas in the world like Russia or some of the Asian countries where avian influenza keeps on coming back and they have a hard time getting rid of it. And Canada can be very, very proud. Canada and Manitoba can be very, very proud as egg farmers, at least, that we have some really strong and stringent biosecurity. And the visitors also ask, like, why do I have to put all this stuff on? And we tell them, you have to follow the biosecurity protocols. It's not to protect the visitor from the birds, it's to protect the birds from the visitor. So that's the important part. That's the part that we're trying to protect. As Corey also mentioned, the presenter just before me, he talked about Start Clean, Stay Clean. It's a program that we have that's part of our biosecurity and food safety program that we have in Canada and in Manitoba. It's been accredited by CFIA. And on our farm, most farmers get inspected annually, but because we have three separate barns in our site, we would be probably more like 2 or 3 times a year where we would, and every so often they will send in a third-party inspector just to make sure that we have full compliance with our biosecurity protocols. On our farm, we take care of birds from day one till they are at least 72 weeks old. So we have a lot invested in our birds, and the care of those birds for us is paramount. I think this Bill 62 is an improvement, or the amendments will be an improvement to benefit all egg farmers. I'd find it very difficult if somebody broke the law or intentionally broke our protocols to illegally enter our barns. I personally, I don't know what I would do. I'm speaking as a farmer here, and I want to be honest with you guys. I think it's something that would scare me. It would anger me. It would do a lot to me. But I think with these increased amendments and these fines and I guess the opportunity for them to spend some time behind bars if they breach that, I'm hoping that would be something that would deter anybody. It doesn't matter to who I'm talking about. If they break those protocols, there has to be some repercussion for breaking the law. And I would agree with that. And our farm is similar to what Bill and Cam has said before me, the presenters ahead of me. Our farm is not just a place to make a living. It's a place where we make a life. And about 2.5 years ago, my son has moved onto the farm. He lives on the site with his wife and their 2 daughters, my grandchildren. So it's very important to us to make sure that somebody doesn't illegally trespass, like Bill 63, I think it was, is another trespassing bill that's being amended. So that it means a lot to us that the government is looking forward to try and strengthen those bills to keep our families safe. Having grandchildren or my son and his wife on the farm there, it's comforting, I guess, to me or as farmers that those bills are definitely being improved and amended in a proper way. I think that's about all I have to speak to today, and I'll gladly answer any questions that I can.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Siemens. The Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Kurt, for your presentation and certainly explaining the protocols that you have and the reasons behind your protocols that you have within your barns and on your yards. I think you've probably answered the Honorable Gerard's questions about biosecurity zones and how they're marked. And with that, Mr. Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Siemens, you made me nostalgic when you talk about your third generation and then your son and your grandson, so it makes fourth and fifth generation on the farm. And now I virtually went back at the piece of land where I was born. I'm thinking of my great-grandparents, and they've been farming since as long back as I can think of. So how have you witnessed biosecurity protocol breaches in the past 100 years at your farm? How did they progress? What was the scene then and now?
Mr. Siemens?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Barr. I'm not 100 years old, so I can't go that far back, but I'll go as far back as I can recall. I can remember when I started farming with my parents, with my mom and dad. Biosecurity wasn't much of anything back then, and we didn't know about the diseases that we know about now. So it has improved immensely. I know when Start Clean, Stay Clean came in the early 90s, we were lucky to get 60-70% on a Start Clean, Stay Clean at that point. Now our farm has been at 100% for the last 10 years. So it is something that we definitely take to heart. And I think, as Corey had mentioned too, the egg boards or the organizations that look after some of those rules and work with CFIA to develop them, they work really well with farmers to make sure biosecurity is intact. And I think there was even some funding from, I guess, Growing Forward 2, it would have been, that we could do some work on our farms to increase our biosecurity. And I think a lot of the egg farmers took advantage of those opportunities and did some improvements to make sure that they had better rooms or better quarantine zones or strategic zones to let people in so you could have better biosecurity. So it's greatly improved, and we'll try our best to keep on making it better.
Mr. Brar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Siemens, did you witness any particular incidents at your farm or any farm in Manitoba, I mean egg farm in Manitoba, that you have witnessed and you think that was a serious breach of biosecurity in the recent past?
Mr. Siemens?
Thanks for that question. I can honestly say no, I haven't, not in Manitoba. As far as biosecurity, I do have a lot of friends and colleagues that lived through 2004 in British Columbia when they had the AI or avian influenza outbreak. That was disastrous. I had some friends that needed a lot of, I guess, mental help after that because of what it did to them to depopulate their farms and go through that experience. And that is something I don't want to have happen. I'm not blaming the farmers that it happened because AI is very contagious. It transfers very easily. It doesn't take much. Anybody can transfer it. So it's the protocols around that are phenomenal. Actually, I've done some mock exercises with AI on our farm previously. I guess it must be about 8 years ago now, where we did a mock exercise in Manitoba, and my farm was the example that we used. And yeah, it's a lot of work, and that just made me think about, biosecurity has to be perfect. Otherwise, you're going to have a situation like that, and that nobody wants to live through.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt, for your presentation, informative. Would you say that compared with 10 or 20 years ago that there's a much greater need for biosecurity now?
Mr. Siemens.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gerard. A greater need? Yes. There's always a greater need. Food safety. I mean, I don't want to sell my product to consumers like you and not be totally confident that I'm giving you the best that I can give you. So we got to keep on improving to try and make it the best that we can. I think we're doing a really good job. We're doing a great job with biosecurity. So to have somebody come in now and there's no real legal ramifications for breaking that biosecurity, that's unthinkable. I mean, I don't like thinking about that. So
Mr. Siemens, sorry to interrupt, but unfortunately time for questions has expired. We thank you very much for your presentation, but we will have to move on to another presenter. I will now call on Andrew Dixon, private citizen, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Mr. Dixon, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. You may proceed with your presentation whenever you're ready, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you and the members of the committee tonight for this opportunity to present my opinions on Bill 62, which presents a set of amendments to the Animal Diseases Act. I speak as a private citizen, having retired in January of this year as General Manager of the Manitoba Pork Council after 16 years, and prior to that, as 30 years as a civil servant with Manitoba Agriculture. I've had extensive experience of working with farmers to manage disease outbreaks, as well as hands-on experience as a farm worker on both small and large farms. To be clear, I am fully supportive of the proposed amendments. Our farmers need these legal measures to ensure that all of their efforts to protect their operations from diseases will not be rendered useless by the unlawful entry of uninvited persons in their vehicles carrying the threat of disease from sources unknown. I'll limit my comments to my experience in the pork sector, but I'm sure they'll be applicable to other species. You've already heard from others in the sector, so hopefully I won't be too repetitive. As background, the livestock industry in Manitoba produces about $2.4 billion in farm gate income, and hogs account for just about $1 billion of those receipts. These farm sales then drive a thriving processing and distribution business, which ripples into the rest of the Manitoba economy. The pork sector itself generates something like 14,000 jobs, creating wealth to support all of Manitoba. Most of our livestock products are exported. Over 90% of our pork is exported to other provinces and countries around the world. Every day, livestock producers have to contend with the challenges of raising and caring for their animals, predict the ever-changing marketplace, and manage their farms to be profitable. For livestock producers, diseases present possibly the biggest threat of potentially wiping out their entire operation. Just because African swine fever has not been found on a farm in North America doesn't mean it couldn't come here. We all know what the impact of a few cases of BSE had on the beef sector in Canada. Half of all the pigs in the world are found in China. The current outbreak of ASF in China is estimated to have wiped out half their swine herd. In other words, 25% of the world's pork population succumbed to one disease. The foot and mouth disease outbreak in the United Kingdom resulted in the culling of over 6 million animals and cost their taxpayers about $6 billion, all because of some infected meat product from another country slipped past their regulatory and inspection system. Animal diseases have plagued the raising of livestock since the dawn of history. They continue to evolve to counter the practices producers use to keep their animals safe. There are some 200 to 300 potential diseases of pigs in the natural environment, any of which could become the next epidemic disease. PDV in pigs was almost an unknown disease 15 years ago. Yet in a matter of months in 2013, it spread amongst the whole American swine herd to become endemic. For individual sow operations, PDV can kill 70 to 80% of newborn pigs. Fortunately, in Manitoba, we've been able to control the disease through best practices in biosecurity from farm to processing plant. But it is an ongoing threat which could explode out of control in a matter of months. Using science and appropriate technologies, livestock producers have developed effective husbandry practices to minimize the ability of many diseases to have significant impact on production animals. There are international agreements, agencies, and standards covering the trade and movement of animals and livestock products. In Canada, the federal and provincial governments work cooperatively to manage animal diseases in collaboration with producers and their organizations, as well as practicing veterinarians and research institutions. Standards for diagnosing and reporting diseases are in place. There's always room for improvement, but all parties recognize the dangers. Just to illustrate some of the ways the pork sector manages diseases in Manitoba, the raising of pigs has been broken into 3 separate stages with specialized barns at separate sites. The sow barns will produce 12-pound isoweans, which are sent to nursery barns on a different site to be fed to 40-pound weights. These then move on to finisher barns to be fed to about 285 pounds before being shipped to a processing plant. This separation of barns is an attempt to minimize the spreading of disease inside a barn amongst the different age groups. This allows the barns to be washed and disinfected after different crops of animals. In the barns, animals and their manure are separated by the use of slatted floors. Clean water is provided using nipple drinkers, and fresh feed is provided regularly. Medications are used for sick animals on a prescribed basis. Trained staff monitor the performance of animals regularly during the day and evenings. The barns are environmentally controlled to provide fresh air, which is heated in winter. Staff have to follow protocols such as shower in and shower out and avoid contact with other barns. Access to the barn is limited to key individuals. The goal is to create what is called a restricted access zone. Outside the barn, producers have created controlled access zones to minimize the amount of foot and vehicular traffic to reduce the potential for infectious agents to be carried into the barn. Livestock transporters now clean and disinfect their trailers regularly at commercial wash stations designed for this purpose. All animal movements on public highways are reported to CFIA through the Pig Trace Canada program. Feed ingredients which are imported are inspected and regulated by the federal government to reduce the potential for disease introductions. Despite all these measures, producers are very vulnerable to a number of serious diseases. There are a limited number of vaccines or antibiotics available for the range of potential diseases. For some diseases, all a producer can do is depopulate the barn and do a deep clean and disinfect. Diseases such as ASF are so serious that all animal movements in Canada and exports could be stopped. While some diseases can spread through dust and wind through the barn ventilation systems, most are brought into the barn on something, usually clothing, footwear, materials, feed, or other animals. A disease like PDV can be active in the dirt just outside the barn door. Often it takes only a very small amount of infectious agent to completely engulf a barn in a matter of days. It is said that a thimbleful of PDV can infect all the pigs in Canada. And just financially, it costs a producer about $40,000 to clean a standard sow barn, apart from all the losses in animals and wasted feed. The amendments to the Animal Diseases Act recognize the importance of biosecurity measures to protect the welfare of animals under a producer's care. All the efforts to manage disease in the barn can be rendered useless in a matter of minutes by the dirty footwear of individuals who have no legal reason to be in the barn. Producers are entitled to some modicum of protection in law from so-called concerned citizens. These amendments are sensible measures to update a critical piece of legislation. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. Certainly thank you for your long service both to the province of Manitoba and to Manitoba Pork. And we wish you well in your retirement, but you're always a source of information for us when we need that. So thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Andrew, for your inputs and thoughts.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, and it's great to see you here today and coming back for. I wish you well in retirement. You talk about the cost of $40,000 just to clean a barn where there's a potential infection. I mean, there's a real economic interest in getting this right. And over the time that you've been there, I think there's probably been increased biosecurity. Tell us a little bit about the changes that have happened and why this bill is needed now.
Mr. Dixon?
I mean, I've worked on pig farms for many years and go back a long time on this. And today we have finally got to the point where I think we can, with the systems that we have in place, we can do a good job of physically trying to control for diseases. This idea of showering in and showering out, essentially what it is means you leave your dirty clothes on one side of the barn and you get into barn clothes on the other side of the shower. We don't even do that in hospitals. People can wander into a hospital in their outdoor clothes and go visit people in beds and stuff like this. We don't do that in our hog barns now. Our trailers, we actually bake them now in specialized units that take them up to a certain temperature to try and kill the bugs inside. We're trying to reduce our exposure to the diseases all the time using physical measures as much as possible. And these zones that we've created in these barns, and it's been a long haul trying to get here. It's taken us, 25, 30 years to get to this point. We don't want to see that just breaking down because we're concerned about people's right to protest and so on. There's nothing in this legislation that stops anybody from protesting outside a processing plant or outside a barn on the public highway. All we're asking to do is don't go inside the barn, and please don't interfere with the animals on the trailers.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Dixon? Seeing no further questions, we thank you very much for your presentation, and we will now move on to the next presenter. I will now call on Krista Kruger, private citizen, and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Ms. Kruger?
Hello.
Ms. Kruger, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. I know a lot of people are hoping to speak tonight, so I will keep this brief. I did want to talk about the aspect of biosecurity, understanding that potential health threats do exist, and it's a good idea, it's certainly prudent to set some sort of a standard for biosecurity. But as I point out, this is a standard. It's written in large part by the industry with industry input. And so when this particular amendment was written in such a way as to severely and criminally penalize any outside interference of farm animals, singling out activists and whistleblowers, I find myself wondering about a lot of different things. I find myself wondering whether or not the producers, workers, transporters, slaughterhouse workers, will they be held to the same account if there's any breach of biosecurity that may result in a potential threat. And I wonder too if they are also will be issued the same potential fines and prison sentences if they breach their biosecurity. I also find myself wondering that now with all these biosecure zones, free from outside interference, what does this mean to future public events? Events like livestock auctions, rodeos, fairs, don't these events involve animals? And don't they, aren't these animals eventually destined to be food as well? How can we have a biosecure area or function when animals from various different operations are coming into direct contact with one another or indirect contact with through public handling? These events are far more of an exposure hazard in my mind than a handful of activists that are just giving water to thirsty pigs. And what about the business of dumping potentially diseased bodies at a public landfill? I don't understand this. When that first hit the news, I was just gobsmacked. I just didn't understand how this could even be legal, and certainly it's not very biosecure. And finally, what about the cost to the taxpayers? The industry is basically asking for special consideration in terms of policing and access to courts. And who pays, as another commenter asked, who's going to pay for this when the bill is challenged? Is that going to be on the taxpayer as well? And again, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to fight a challenge in a court. In the end, if we need to update these laws, let's do so in a reasonable and thoughtful way instead of conning the public under the guise of biosecurity that, quite frankly, doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you try to apply it to people giving thirsty, overheated animals water. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Krista, for your input tonight on there, and you brought forward some points. Also, no questions.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Krista, really appreciate your quick and brilliant and impressive points that you raised. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, Krista, thank you for coming and presenting today. Perhaps you could share with us a little bit of what motivated you to get very interested in this this area.
Ms. Kruger.
Thank you. My motivation is I come from an animal rights background, but I also have a deep interest and also an education in science. And when this issue about biosecurity came up, it really sort of rubbed me the wrong way because I just don't feel as though it's really taken seriously anyways. Having had brilliant professors and instructors over the years who have taught me about safety in the lab and how to be secure and how to avoid transmission. Also running a cat rescue for the last 25 years. We deal with the same kinds of, coronaviruses and other types of viruses, and we have to be very careful. And you can bet your bottom dollar that the provincial vet would shut us down in a heartbeat if we didn't even practice standards, like minimal standards. So when I'm looking at this, I just don't understand how you can take those animals off of the operation into an auction or a rodeo or whatever, and have those animals come back to that operation at some point in time and then go on a truck and be handled by who knows how many people. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Brar?
Krista, as a follow-up question, I'm really impressed with this example of rodeos and auction marts and related examples, and especially taxpayer dollars are important, and we need to think how the best use of taxpayer dollars should be. What would your approach be if given a chance to lead on such a legislation in the legislature? What would you do different?
Ms. Kruger?
Thank you. I honestly don't feel qualified because I'm not a politician and I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know how to approach something like this, but certainly I would urge a little bit of constraint and avoid knee-jerk reactions to a few incidents of people being uncomfortable. I think that there's been a sort of this us versus them has been established, and we're losing sight of what's really important here, and that's that people are safe and that animals are safe and that they are treated, both animals and people are treated well. So I would definitely say that if you're going to put a biosecurity aspect into it, please get somebody, like involve some scientists and people like that to help you write this bill.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Kruger? Seeing no further questions, we thank you very much for your presentation, and we will now move on to the next presenter.
Thank you.
I will now call on Kristen Lau-Jensen and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Kristen?
Hello, thank you.
Kristen, we don't have well, maybe it's coming. No video of you. Oh, here it's coming slowly.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Yes, your video is there now. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Lau-Jensen, and I'm speaking to Bill 62 as a private citizen who is very concerned about animal welfare, particularly that of farmed animals, where transparency and accountability are in short supply. The influential industrial farming sector has been very successful over many decades in convincing governments to bend to their will and to their bottom line. In fact, we just heard Minister Pedersen acknowledge the input that the Agriculture Association has had into this bill. So in the case of Bill 62, it is clear who was consulted and who wasn't. The Animal Diseases Amendment Act is, of course, as the government well knows, designed to protect industrial farming financial interests and not to protect the well-being of animals at the heart of this system. Ag-gag acts are intended to gag whistleblowers, journalists, and the public by penalizing them for documenting and exposing the realities of how animals are treated in animal agriculture. They are designed to prevent the public from learning about animal cruelty. The ability to investigate, to document, and to publicize corporate agriculture's abuses is imperative both to the well-being of animals in Manitoba and to our own health and safety. Factory farms want to keep their cruel practices hidden from the public but the public deserves the truth about the hundreds of thousands of animals suffering on industrial farms in Manitoba and whether laws are being broken, jeopardizing food safety, workers' rights, and environmental standards. Manitoba has an Animal Care Act that is intended to protect animals from cruelty and neglect, but conveniently, farmed animals are exempted from protection under this act. Is it any wonder then that Manitobans are concerned about animal welfare? Canada ranks among the lowest animal welfare standards across wealthy nations. For example, our animal transport regulations place Canada, as we've heard from previous speakers already this evening, at the bottom of all industrialized countries. Under current Canada Food Inspection Agency and National Farm Animal Care Council protocol, among other horrors, the practice of killing piglets by bashing their heads into the floor is the recommended practice. I quote from that protocol, blunt trauma can be administered by grasping the hind legs of a piglet and striking the top of the cranium firmly and deliberately against a flat, hard surface. Is it really any wonder then that Manitobans are outraged at this cruelty? And is it any wonder that people want to be able to expose the truth of what takes place behind closed doors on industrial farms? But of course, there are myriad more reasons why Manitobans are rightfully concerned about animal welfare on farms. In the last 10 years, over 40,000 pigs have been killed in fires on industrial hog farms in Manitoba. I think this statistic speaks volumes about the level and quality of animal welfare and safety standards practiced by the current industrial hog farm operators in Manitoba. It says they don't care and they flout safety standards. Of course, barn fires kill lots of other animals as well. In 2019, of course, 800 cows perished in a barn fire outside of Steinbach. We've also heard about another horrific and archaic practice that's allowed in Manitoba, which is gestation crates. These are the steel pens that literally encase a female pig and allow her no movement at all. Tens of thousands of pigs in Manitoba spend almost their entire sad lives in these crates, never moving. The EU banned these crates almost 10 years ago, except for the period from weaning of the previous litter until the end of the first 4 weeks of gestation. In the US, these crates are banned totally in 10 states, with more moving to ban them. And these are also banned outright in the UK, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. Battery cages still dominate egg production. Battery cages for hens, as you've heard tonight, are so small that no bird can move, not to walk, not to spread their wings. They spend their entire miserable existence rammed with several birds into these cages stacked on cages, so the feces and urine from those above coat those below. The Canadian egg industry has said it intends to phase out battery cages by 2036. If that is true, and they do that, then only a few billion more chickens will have to suffer in those cages over the next 15 years. In the face of all this and other terrible, horrific, everyday cruelties that you've heard described this evening, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Dori Gingera-Beauchemin, recently wrote to me in regard to Bill 62 that anyone entering farms to witness and document animal suffering could, and I quote, cause injury and stress to the animals. In the face of how the farmers are allowed to treat their animals in Manitoba under current legislation, this statement is so ludicrous as to be laughable if the plight of these animals wasn't so overwhelmingly tragic. And hearing just before me several representatives from the ag industry using biosecurity as the guise for this legislation, I wanted to reiterate what earlier speakers addressed, that while zoonotic diseases have had devastating impact on animals and people in various countries and regions for decades, more than decades, of course, there isn't a documented instance of this happening due to animal activists. All of these instances and these increasing instances, from Spanish flu a century ago to mad cow to COVID, all these diseases and all the diseases in between, these arose from the common practices on farms and in slaughterhouses. Biodiversity and pandemics are a real and increasing threat, But a significant factor of the rise of these is the awful conditions in which animals are kept in these intensive farming situations where there's overcrowding, illness and injury to animals are rife, and weaken animal immune systems, making them more susceptible to disease, and the crowding, of course, contributing to rapid transmission. It's these conditions that foster disease, and these conditions which farms are so desperate to hide. So I think we need to drop the pretense that this law is in any way, shape, or form designed for the protection of animals or biosecurity. If you are going to enact this law, that we be honest, you be honest about what you're doing, and that this is a law that hides an industry replete with institutionalized and normalized cruelty. It shelters this industry and its shocking everyday practices from any real accountability and transparency. This allows this industry to maintain terrible or non-existent animal welfare standards that allows them to maximize profits at the expense of animal welfare and human and environmental health. So I would implore anyone voting for this law to really consider those images, of animals, piglets being bashed to death day in and day out, for example, on hog farms across Manitoba, because that is the kind of practice that you're allowing to remain behind closed doors when you vote for this law. And as someone said earlier, I would recommend anyone considering voting for this law to make unannounced visits to a few industrial farms or slaughterhouses or trucking transport stations across the province, so you yourselves can see the suffering that takes place every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Kristen. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Lon Jensen, for your presentation.
Mr. Brar.
Kristen, thank you so much for your presentation, your research, and your views on this.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen, for coming and presenting. Perhaps you could tell us what has got you so passionate about this whole area.
Miss Law Jensen.
Thank you. To me, the unfairness really is disturbing to me. It is unconscionable to me that there's an industry that gets such a free pass at being transparent and accountable, and is able to maintain so that they can keep their profit margin, and is able to maintain these standards through this indirect subsidy of having laws like this and others that allow them to operate with the types of standards we've heard talked about. The shocking transportation hours that are allowed in Canada is astonishing, and the lowest in the world for developed countries. That to me is just unconscionable that this industry gets this free pass at the expense of sentient beings, not at the expense of just inanimate objects that they're producing on a production line.
Thank you.
Carmen. I will now call on Carmen Asu and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Carmen, are you there? Carmen, could you turn your audio and video on, please? Unmute yourself and turn your video on. Carmen is having some technical difficulties, so we will move on to the next presenter. And we'll come back to her a little later. I will now call on Crystal Sadowski and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Crystal?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Crystal. You may proceed with your presentation. Crystal Sadowski.
Thank you. Good evening. I really do appreciate being able to give my opinions and my voice. So thank you. I do appreciate that. I am not a lawyer, no part of a nonprofit group. I am a recently enlightened consumer. Unfortunately, we are not here to improve our laws on cruelty regarding the care, slaughter, and transportation of our commercial animals. These activities are hidden from the public. Why? Because most people would not be okay watching innocent animals being forced to starve, dehydrate, collapse from fatigue, gasp for air, overheat, and freeze to death. And this is just in transportation. So no, I'm not okay. People care more than we think when given a choice. They just don't get to see these sufferings. Unfortunately, what they do get to see are happy cows on cartons, smiling pigs in chef's hats, and dancing chickens. This is brainwashing. This is not right. This is not okay. Many animals don't survive the long, torturous trip to the slaughterhouse and are then tossed aside like garbage, as seen recently at the Brady landfill, when lives are deemed no longer useful. None of this is okay. And without caring citizens trying to protect animal welfare, there is no one to shine light on these crimes. It is claimed that Bill 62 is for the safety reasons such as biosecurity, but what this really is just another way to prevent the truth from being seen. A law to protect animals in distress is blocked by another law stating that these practices are protected under acceptable activities. Well, this is not acceptable. If farmers and slaughterhouses are so concerned with biosecurity, then why are the cases and data not there to support these concerns? I see plenty of data and cases supporting crimes against animals that go unnoticed in every transport truck that goes by. I've seen it with my own eyes. Diseases occur when conditions are poor, when animals are in constant distress, and from infections that attack their bodies from mistreatment, not photos, not videos. A question I have is what is happening to all of the animals during this pandemic when processing plants are unable to process due to the COVID-19 shutdowns? Have their bodies made it to the grocery stores, or have they made it to the landfill due to bottleneck issues? As a caring citizen of Manitoba, please find better ways and lead the rest of Canada into a fair, compassionate direction. Animal transportation standards is a great place to start. Thank you for being a province that encourages people to speak and empower positive change. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Crystal. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Crystal, for your presentation tonight. No questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brar?
No questions.
No. Do we have any further questions? Mr. Sala?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Crystal, for taking time to come present to us tonight and share your passion about making sure animals stay as safe as possible. I'm wondering if you could maybe just share just briefly what led to your enlightenment that you referenced earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Sadowski, I must recognize you first.
Thank you.
Ms. Sadowski, proceed.
Thank you. For the last year and a half, I have taken liberty of helping feral cats. It started there, and then I started to join more and more groups. I'm not a nonprofit, just a happy, friendly Manitoban who cares. And as I continued to look further and dig further, I started to get really upset and traumatized because I didn't know this was happening. I knew as a meat eater that things were wrong, but I didn't know about transportation. I didn't know about certain things. And if it wasn't for people videotaping these, taking photos and sharing the true story, I would not know. So I have been literally traumatized, and I'm really sad. And thank you for letting me say this because it's very important.
Thank you.
The Honourable Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Crystal, for coming and presenting. You've mentioned that you think that animal transportation should be an area which needs special attention.
Yes, sir.
What would you put forward as your ideas to improve animal transportation?
Ms. Sadowski?
Thank you. As a now committed vegan, the positive change can start with the transportation improvements regarding the compassionate travel for these unfortunate animals. Temperature controlled transportation is not a new invention. It already exists. It's just not chosen. Right now, water, food, rest, and weather concerns should be a high priority if we are to properly manage these crises that I call. To start, work on transportation. It's a start. It's not the end, but it is a start. Please consider this.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Sadowski? Seeing no further questions, we thank you very much for your presentation, and we will now move on to, actually we're going to move back to Carmen Asu. She seems to have her technical difficulties corrected. I will now call on Carmen Asu and ask the moderator to invite them into the meeting. Please unmute yourself and turn your video on. Carmen, are you there? Carmen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you as well, but we seem to be getting a lot of... Do you have something else on? Carmen, it seems you may be on two devices. You need to turn one of them off because it's backfeeding.
Okay. God.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we can see you and we can hear you. Carmen, you may proceed with your presentation.
My huge apologies, but this is short, so it'll kind of balance off that terrible timing. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmen Asju, and I'm speaking as a private citizen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of animals, and especially those millions in the farming industry in Manitoba. About 2 months ago, I received a very colorful professional flyer announcing the return and opening of apparently one of the zoo's most beloved attractions, Aunt Sally's Farm. I remember visiting Aunt Sally's farm, and what remains in my memory are bunches of kids running around chasing and grabbing at rabbits and guinea pigs. And even then, it was problematic. Although Aunt Sally's Farm will not be a petting zoo, there will still be the opportunity to get up pretty close and personal by playing alongside lively goats. I would imagine hundreds of pictures will be taken and shared on social media to record the joys of being at a modern-day barnyard. Because that is what I am told I will experience if I take a trip to Aunt Sally's Farm, a modern-day barnyard, home to goats, pigs, llamas, and donkeys, complete with bridges with rainbow platforms that encourage goats to climb overhead. So, you know, goat enrichment. I will also learn about agriculture in Manitoba, sustainable farming practices, and what I can do to contribute to a healthy ecosystem. Doing my own bit of research, I discovered that the modern-day hog barn industry processed over 5.5 million pigs in 2019. In Manitoba, there are 590 hog barns at least, with 3.4 million pigs. The average herd size of 5,720 head per farm represents the largest pig farms in Canada. The numbers of chickens processed are equally, if not more, staggering. When I contacted Assiniboine Park Zoo to inquire how I might learn about the modern-day barnyard and agriculture in Manitoba, I was told that there would be signage on a variety of topics. But no, the interpretive signs would not include the number of animals kept in factory farm conditions, the use of containment, such as gestation crates and battery cages, and how the millions of animals are transported to slaughter. However, Aunt Sally's Farm does encourage me, along with other visitors, to find local farmers that prioritize good animal welfare practice. Is there a list of these farms? Do they include little hobby farms along with factory farm industries? Would I be able to witness how pigs, cows, chickens are raised from start to finish, and including transport? With the laws already in place, I don't believe I would be a welcome visitor. Can I take a few pictures of animals crowded in these farms and barns? How about animals in transport trucks in the dead of winter or hottest days of summer? Bill 62 seeks to strengthen the laws to keep observers away.
Intensive factory farm is a misery from start, the second an animal is born, to finish, including transport to the slaughterhouse. People generally have little awareness of the abusive practices that cause so much animal suffering in modern day agriculture. This only comes to light when there is a breach of protocol, such as the live chickens found at the Brady landfill, which several people have talked about, amongst the thousands of chickens that had been humanely euthanized. People have a right to know about the animals that they eat and how they are treated. Why keep the bar so low in modern day farming in Manitoba? Why not enact laws for the real protection of animals rather than further hiding the truth of intensive farming? Aunt Sally's farm presents a fairy tale view of a modern day barnyard. In a modern day barnyard, there are no lively animals of any kind playing alongside anyone. Most can barely move. And thank you.
We thank you for your presentation, Mrs. Ansu. The Honourable Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Carmen, for your presentation, and I do hope you go visit Aunt Sally's farm just to see what's there and see Assiniboine too. Thank you. No question.
Mr. Brar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carmen, for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Are there any, Mr. Gerard, the Honourable Mr. Gerard?
Yeah. Carmen, thank you for coming and staying till this point in the evening and making your presentation. Have you been on a farm in Manitoba at all yet, or will it just be Sally's farm when you get to the zoo?
Well, when I calm down. Long ago, I did. I visited a couple of farms.
Carmen, I need to introduce you before you can start speaking.
All right.
Miss Ansu?
Many, many years ago, I did go to farms of friends. I'm a city girl, really.